You are watching the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous stream of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. We will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we going to be running. We going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Don't tell us we couldn't say vibing.
I don't know. And she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli Prime Time. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome into the Daily Spiral, everyone. I know you're probably thinking, why do I see her beautiful face and not the face of herself and Chad Bryan on this beautiful Wednesday? I'm going to start the show off a little bit retrospective today. If you do not know who I am Autumn Chisholm. I am the host of the Daily Spiral, and I kind of wanted to give a little backstory on why I do what I do. I started my journey into broadcasting about 10 years ago. And for the last 10 years, it's been an up and down journey, but I wanted to tell you my why. I wanted to tell the people why I'm here and why I'm here to entertain you. I've always loved being, I hate to say it, being the center of attention. Like, really, gotta have a little narcissism in this business, but it's always been a joy of mine to make those around me happy. When I was 13, I was going through a really, really tough time in my life, and I found the joy of sports, specifically baseball. And that year, I consumed anything and everything you possibly could consume when it came to sports. It became my lifeline. It became my everything. And for the next few years, I just really wanted to be on camera. I really wanted to deep dive into this industry. And then I went to college, and I discovered that I really maybe not wanted to be in this industry, and I went a whole different route, and then I graduated, and then I came back to this industry, and I was in the industry for a few more years, and then a global pandemic happened, and I lost my joy, and I lost my spark. And then about a year ago, I got a lovely message from someone that I went to school with that said, "Would you like to come back to air?" And I made the decision to say yes because I was missing that part of myself. I was missing that oomph. I was missing that thing where I wanted to be on camera. And now, since the pretty much year since, I've been much happier, much more settled. Also, I'm really sick right now, so please don't mind my nasalness. But I think the reason why I do this is just because I love it. I love talking and I love being the person that can deliver you the most ridiculous news. So tonight, please enjoy myself and Chad Bryan as we bring you the ridiculous nature of what's going on here on the Daily Spiral. Welcome into the Daily Spiral, everyone. Chad Bryan, how are you doing?
I am good. How are you? How was your vacation?
My vacation was interesting. I can't get into it too much, but we got some breaking news, Chad.
We do.
Literally, as we were preparing to come onto the show, we got some breaking news. The Cleveland Cavaliers, the Denver Nuggets, and the Los Angeles Clippers have agreed to a trade via Shams, sending Peyton Watson to the Cavs, Max Strus to LA, and an unprotected 2031 Cavs first round pick and 2032 Kings second rounder to the Nuggets.
Whew.
This gets the Max Strus contracts off the books.
Yeah.
Watson will sign a new 4-year, $88 million deal to join the Cavs, plus a pair option and a trade kicker. What do you think of the trade?
Well, I mean, for years, well, not necessarily you and I, because we haven't talked about the Cavs a lot together, but we've just wanted the Cavs to get that 3-and-D, the right, that small forward with the big, long, athletic frame, and finally they did it, right? I think this means James Harden is as good as gone, most likely. I don't think he's coming back. That's probably about a 0% at this point now, but that's okay. Peyton Watson, a huge jump, right? 8 points a game in 2024-25, up to 14 and a half, a little over 14 and a half last year. He's 23 years old. That's intriguing, right? Now you've got this kind of young core of players that you can develop together. I don't know what Evan Mobley's going to do, but yeah, I don't know. This is intriguing to me. It's like I said, it's a 6'8", 3-and-D athletic wing. I'm kind of excited about him. How do you feel?
Honestly, the Max Strus contract, they needed to really get that off the books for real. I love Max Strus. I think when they first signed him, it was a good deal, but he hasn't been able to stay healthy over the last couple seasons. He helped you his first two, his last two, he hasn't really shown up. He's shown up like every once in a while, and you kind of can't have inconsistency. I know during the playoff coverage last year, we talked about how this team really did need to get a little bit younger.
Yeah.
So they've gotten a little bit younger. They sort of have solidified that core a little bit more by signing him to an extension.
Yeah.
And look, I thought James Harden was a good pickup for what they were trying to do, but he is pushing 40.
Yeah.
You can't just like give him all that money and he's pushing 40 and not have any sort of like backup. So this gets a big contract off your books. You bring in a younger player, you sort of rejuvenate your lineup, and I'm excited to see what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, the offense should look a little bit different. I don't know if maybe we don't see as much ISO. I don't know. I think people kind of get tired of the ISO stuff, especially when it doesn't work, right? When you're dribbling out 20 seconds of the shot clock and then, I don't know, just throwing the ball to the corner out of bounds or something. I mean, it gets a little old after a while. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see some athletic lobs, and I don't know. It's just I feel like he's like a good slasher. So maybe there's I don't know. There's some pick and roll opportunity there. I don't know. I'm just excited to see what it's going to look like, I guess.
Yeah, look, I think James Harden signed his ticket away from Cleveland in that game 4 and game 7. He can't show up in big moments. We all knew this. Like, this is not something that it was like a surprise. So I think you have to like still prepare for the future while saying like, hey, we're just gonna go younger. You're pushing 40. You probably also wanted an astronomical number for like a contract. So I'm kind of glad that they went this way.
For 85 games over 2 years. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if he's off the court that much, but yeah, I mean, it's a possibility of it. He's, like you say, he's pushing 40. So,
plus, he has some felonies, some felony issues.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But we're going to get straight into it. Mm-hmm. I gave you a list of topics. I always give you a list of topics before the show, our rundown. Where you want to start? You want to start with Deshaun Watson and how he doesn't care? Pat McAfee being ESPN's version of Rob Dyrdek, Jayden Daniels suing LSU for the use of the number 5. Where do you want to start?
Oh man, they're all kind of ridiculous, aren't they? That's the problem. Let's just start with Jayden Daniels. Let's figure out what he's doing. Let's try to.
Yes. Okay. So last night I actually made this my good spiral because I think it's a hilarious situation. But Jayden Daniels. Jayden. So I think it was last week. Yeah, last week, Jayden Daniels camp came out and said that, hey, we will not be giving LSU the rights to use his name, image, and likeness going forward. Now everybody's like, what happened? Like, what's going on? Like, you want a Heisman there. Like, you came from a program in Arizona State that celebrated when you left. You went to LSU. You were beloved. What happened? Come to find out, Lane Kiffin and his staff promised the number 5 to a cornerback, and Jayden Daniels was not happy about it. He was told, apparently, when he signed his name, image, and likeness, and all of the things to go to LSU, that nobody else would ever have the number 5, and the number 5 would be retired, even though it is college and numbers are reused all the time. Yep. So this whole thing came out, and everybody has been roasting him to the highest degree.
That's fair.
Like, brands are roasting him, other sports teams are roasting him. Like, he has been roasted. And then it came out yesterday that his camp at LSU will be going back and forth in court, and he will be suing. He came out and said, hey, that's not me. This is my camp. It's you. It's your camp. Clearly, something happened. But there's a lot of people that think it's his mom because his mom is his manager. But what do you think of this situation?
I mean, to try to sum it up in a couple of words, it's ridiculous. You, like you said, you can't retire. I mean, you can honor a number. You can put a number. You can put a jersey in the Ring of Honor. You can put a player's name up there or whatever. But I mean, think about a roster like if you look at Ohio State, take the Buckeyes and look back all through time and really take a look at all the numbers that could be immortalized, right? In Buckeye lore and history, and the jersey could be retired because of a Heisman Trophy in some cases and a national championship, right? Whatever. You could look back through and say you could probably pick out 15, maybe 20 numbers. And I guess it depends on where your bias leans. If you're a Buckeye fan, you might find more than that. I'm an Ohio State fan, but let's be realistic about it. Maybe 10, 15 numbers, right? So that takes away 10 to 15 numbers. You have 125, 130 guys on the roster, right? You're already doubling up numbers, right? Sometimes you see situations in college where guys have to change a jersey to go out and play on special teams because somebody, it's right. Like, so you can't pull numbers out of the equation. I get it. Some numbers were retired, in the past before it was a huge thing or whatever. Fine. Honor those. But the situation is just so weird, right? Like, Brian Kelly promised DJ Pickett the number 5 during his recruitment. Of all people, Lane Kiffin comes in and does the right thing. what? If the kid was
Right?
promised the jersey, that's weird, right? Like, don't make me side with Brian Kelly and Lane Kiffin on this. This is weird. Like, I feel weird. Normally, if I'm looking at Jayden Daniels versus Brian Kelly and Lane Kiffin, I'm 100% 3 weeks ago when I watched Quarterback on Netflix, I'm like 100% on Jayden Daniels' side, right? I don't even really like, let me read into it, but I'm taking his side. Not anymore. This is crazy. I mean, this is like, whether it's his camp or his people or his team or his whatever we want to call it nowadays, whatever, it's fine. He has to have some say in this. There has to be a situation where whoever if it's his mom, who is his agent, I was going to say his agent, but those are the same people, attorneys, whoever that is, those decisions, I mean, he would have to have the final word, right? Like, they're not just doing, well, he's in camp, let's just do this behind his back. We don't want to step on his toes. So by not wanting to step on his toes, we're going to go ahead and step on his toes and file this lawsuit that makes him kind of it makes him look ridiculous.
Yeah. Honestly, what makes it even dumber is that Joe Burrow, who also won a Heisman and a national championship, hasn't been like, hey, nobody else wear the number 9.
Yeah.
Like, all the legendary players that have gone to LSU, none of them have been like, nobody can wear this number. It's college. Everybody, look, I will say this. There are certain numbers. There are sacred numbers in sports. We know the number 42 in baseball is sacred because of Jackie Robinson.
Sure.
We know that even then, though, Mariano Rivera ends up wearing 42, right?
Right.
Like, numbers are sacred, but it's okay to wear them again. For example, we know the Dallas Cowboys, if you're wearing the number 88, that means you're a wide receiver, right?
Right.
Every legendary wide receiver on that team has worn the number 88, right?
Yep.
This whole thing of him suing and telling them, you can't use my name, image, and likeness. Okay, whatever, Jayden. Like, I just think, like, this is making a big deal out of something that's not a big deal. Like, let the kid wear the number 5.
Yeah, this is the literal definition of making a mountain out of a molehill. I just think that it's sometimes I have trouble finding the words for this. Like, this is so patently ridiculous that I don't want to throw shade at this kid because he seems like a really, really good kid, man. I mean, everybody that meets him likes him. I think maybe he's letting the wrong people make decisions and act on his behalf in his life. But yeah, Joe Burrow, that team went undefeated, won a national championship, was probably arguably you could say that's the best offense we've seen in modern college football history. They were ridiculous. And Burrow's just like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, nobody's worn the numbers since, and they kind of told me they wouldn't, but whatever. Right? Like, again, you have to use these numbers. I there's a way that you can honor these guys without making the jersey unavailable. And legally, I just don't know what leg he has to stand on. I mean, I guess with the cease and desist, LSU couldn't like sell his jersey now, right? They can't sell promotional material with his face or his likeness or whatever, but I mean, they can still, like, they're allowed to display his Heisman. They're allowed to display, they can put pictures of him in the stadium as long as they're not using it in promotional material to sell. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an attorney. But as I understand it, they can still acknowledge that he went there and played football and made contributions. It's a weird thing to request.
Yeah, I forgot the other thing is that he also requested that their copy of the Heisman be returned to him.
I don't think he can do that.
What? What is going on?
I don't know.
Just all around craziness. All right, Chad.
He can't do it.
He requested. We're gonna go to the break. When we come back, we're gonna talk about how ESPN is making Pat McAfee the new Rob Dyrdek, and the news that came out this morning. And then we're gonna get to Deshaun Watson because I will say this: he does the most magnificent thing, which is continue to make everyone in Cleveland hate him. Like, he's just ridiculous. But you guys are watching us here on InsideEdge Network. We'll be back in just a few.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
How's it going, everybody? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime. Chad Bryant and myself back tonight, 10 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. A lot to get into, including the Guardians. Are they back in the AL wildcard hunt? Can they possibly get a playoff spot? Can they maybe win the AL Central? Okay, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but after a win last night against the San Francisco Giants, we'll see how they look tonight. We'll talk about it, of course, on the show and what the postseason chances look like for the Cleveland Guardians. We'll also discuss the Cleveland Browns. Shedeur Sanders, he had some interesting things to say today at camp, and so did Deshaun Watson, and hey, so did head coach Todd Monken. We'll talk about all of that and what the outlook should be for the Browns roster going into the season. A lot of national analysts are thinking the Browns, if they just had the quarterback room figured out. So we'll talk about all of that. And of course, we send Chad Bryant way back in the time machine. It's time for Way Back Wednesday later on tonight. It's Wednesday here on the Inside Edge Network. Inside Edge Primetime coming to you at 10 p.m. Inside Edge Net on all the socials, so you know when we're going live.
All right, welcome back to the show, everybody. So, ESPN is really trying to make Pat McAfee Rob Dyrdek, huh?
It appears that way.
Now, mind you, I love Rob Dyrdek. When I was a teenager, Robin Big was my favorite show. Then when he got Fantasy Factory, I said, oh my God, this show is immaculate. And he brought back Big for that show. Then when he got Ridiculousness, the first year and a half, I watched it. Then when MTV became half Ridiculousness and the other half, I don't know what it was like, all right, what's going on? ESPN has decided to become that. So we were talking about this yesterday of Pat McAfee's like weird like integration into ESPN and how like he's just being a grifter, right? Well, today ESPN announced that Pat McAfee will be added to Monday Night Football's coverage, replacing Ryan Clark. If you don't know, Ryan Clark was an integral part of Monday Night Football coverage, and now Pat McAfee will be replacing him. This now gives Pat McAfee 7 full days on ESPN. He has his regular show Monday through Friday. He's ESPN Game Day, College Game Days, and now Monday Night Football. No, I was right. 6 full days.
Might as well be 7. I mean, for $65 million, it might as well be 8. Really. I don't know. I wonder when the switch is going to go. When this is going to happen. As soon as it's going to be Pat McAfee ESPN, right?
It probably. Oh yeah, and I forgot about the $60 million contract.
Yeah. That's I mean, hey, okay. I'm not gonna fault someone for taking or making money. Not taking it. No, he's not stealing it. But if someone offers you $65 million, you take it, right? Yeah. But I think this is. I don't know. I mean, my personal opinion, I guess, has changed a lot of him recently. There was a time where I could take him for a short period of time. I thought he was okay on College Game Day. It seems to kind of go with like the college campus feel, that vibe. It's whatever, just a bunch of fraternities and sororities standing around yelling. He fits in there. It looks fine. But then when you've got like a professional, panel, and you're talking about the NFL, I don't know if all the like the hoorah yelling and whatever stuff is going to work. We'll see. I mean, it's just my personal opinion, but I've had like about enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, ESPN's version of Rob Dyrdek. Rob, I love you. I still love Rob Dyrdek. Rob Dyrdek, really, really love him, but it just got to a point where it was like, damn, I just see your face every day.
Yeah, I get it. I always found him I found it genuinely funny, right? And like it seemed like a pretty down to earth guy. But same, after a while, you do kind of like the fatigue kind of becomes a thing, right? Where it's like, okay, hey, up next, it's ridiculousness. After that, best of ridiculousness. And then later on tonight, it's best of ridiculousness. It's me, Rod. I'm here all day.
It was like reruns of Fantasy Factory, and it was like, okay, what's going on?
Yeah.
Now it's gonna be Pat McAfee show. Ooh, let's get to College Game Day in the morning. Ooh, Monday Night Football. Like, what are we doing?
It's gonna be Pat McAfee showing clips of things he said on a different day on the network. Yeah, you're right. It's a Rob Dyrdek situation. You're right.
It's just to the point where I'm like, what does he? Who does he know at ESPN? Who does he have? What dirt does he have? He has to have dirt on somebody. Like, does he have like what does he have on them? What blackmail? Because there's no way. Like, again, the album terrible. People for weeks, months have been like, yo, you like, this is awful. Then the ESPN layoffs come and they're like, even worse, like, you are the cause of all these layoffs. And you know what ESPN does is they're like, you know what, let's give you more of him. Like, nobody asked for that.
Right. So is ESPN trying to like transition into this, like, are they trying to be polarizing on purpose? Are they doing this on purpose? Like, people got the idea that Ryan Clark was fired because he was a polarizing figure. I mean, it doesn't really get much more polarizing than Pat McAfee on the other side of that. I don't really understand them. It's weird. It's just weird to me. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what ESPN is doing. Again, they said they didn't want to deep delve into politics. They only wanted to focus on sports, and you're giving a person with a platform who often goes into politics.
Yeah.
Like it makes no sense. This is just like, for me, it's like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing here? But yeah, that's all the breath I have for ESPN's version of Rob Dyrdek. So do you want to get to the Cleveland Browns now, or do you want to break?
You can go to break if you want to. It's your show. But I am definitely ready to talk about the Browns at any time. Whether it's before break or after break, doesn't make a difference to me.
Let's talk about the Browns for a minute, and then we'll go to break. But today, the Cleveland Browns were being the Cleveland Browns today. That's all I can say. That's all I have to say.
What else?
Even my dog knows that the Cleveland Browns were being the Cleveland Browns today. So, reporters after practice is still training him asked Deshaun Watson, what do you think of the fans? How do you think it's going to be once the Bills come in here? Because first preseason game at home this week. He flatly says, I don't care.
Wow.
What more? What evidence? What more can we say to where when I say I don't like him, I don't like him?
Yeah.
You are supposed to be one of the faces of the franchise. They traded another face of the franchise, a man who was the community front face of the franchise.
Yeah.
You are the highest paid player on the roster.
Yeah.
And you come out and say, I don't care. What again, what does he have over the Browns? What blackmail does he have?
It's a great question. Do you think that at no point over the last 22 months that Jimmy Haslam or Andrew Berry or someone couldn't have, because when you have a player like this on the roster, there's so much stuff in the past, right? That a lot of people just don't want to touch. A lot of people are just done with him as a person, as a player, period, because of the whatever. Wouldn't you think that at some point you would work in maybe just like some quick refreshers on PR, right? Like, hey, it's been a while since you've spoken to the media. When you're asked about the fans, don't say things like, I don't care. Maybe a better response to that would have been like, hey, listen, they have the right to respond however they want to respond to it. Listen, I understand. I've put them and this organization and really myself through a lot. A lot of it self-inflicted, right? Over the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years, really, at this point. They have the right to respond any way they want, but my focus is on being the best player I can be and trying to lead this franchise to wins on the field on Sundays. I mean, you couldn't have said that. Like, was that not a better answer than, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. It's wild. A lot of Browns fans just already don't really care. Pardon my expression. What really happens to him on the field, off the field, whatever. I think a lot of people just can't wait until next June when he can be gone, off the roster. And it's not the true impact of this. It won't be gone in June. This will last 3 to 5 seasons, maybe. His impact on this roster and this franchise has been enormous, and it's been entirely negative. And this doesn't make it any better.
No, from the moment they decided, first of all, from the moment the rumors even started, because I don't think people understand. Deshaun Watson, we all talk about the Browns and how terrible it is that they signed him to this contract. He was a hot commodity.
Yeah.
Like, the Browns were in the mix, the Falcons were in the mix, the Dolphins were in the mix. Like, there were multiple teams in the mix that wanted him. The Browns just offered him an astronomical contract. That was literally what happened. Right. And this is a guy who, when he got drafted in the league, put in that he did not want to come to Cleveland. Like, did not want to come to Cleveland at all. So you're now here. You've done nothing to integrate yourself into the community.
Yeah.
You've done nothing to sort of show face, come out and apologize for your actions, come out and take any sort of responsibility for anything that you've done off the field, which you, in fact, have done the opposite. You've doubled down and said, I didn't do anything, even though there are literal dozens of women that have come out and said, he did this, right?
Yep.
And now you're at a position where you can easily just be like, you know what? I'm excited. for Saturday. You know, his first home game, first game in a couple years. You know, I'm just excited to get back out there in all the fields. And you say, I don't care?
That cannot be the face of your franchise. If I'm and listen, I don't know if I don't know if this thought even enters Todd Monken's mind when he's thinking of who he wants to start at quarterback. I don't know. To be fair, probably not. It doesn't. I don't know. But if I'm the head coach, I'm gonna put myself in Todd Monken's shoes and not even pretend I'm Todd Monken. Just if I'm the head coach, Chad Bryan is the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, and I hear my quarterback say that, he's probably now my third string quarterback for a little while. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I get it. We all do this, you know, because it's a job and we get paid a lot of money. But man, we're doing this for the fans. Like, yes, it's a sport and it's a child's game. It's a kid's game. Let's be honest, right? We started playing football, baseball, whatever, when we were kids. And there are a lot of men and women that are lucky enough to get paid. They make a living playing these games. It's awesome. I love it. I talk about it. I used to play I played some sports, right? I'm not immune to it. But at the end of the day, we do this for the fans. It's entertainment. Like, we come out here, we entertain 45,000 people, whatever, however many people are still watching on TV, even after all the nonsense we've been put through as Browns fans. 42 starting quarterbacks since 1999, 2 playoff appearances, 1 playoff win. It's insane, right? And then to have your quarterback, the supposed face of your franchise, like you said, the highest paid player on the roster, the veteran, right? Superstar, 12th overall pick in the draft at one point, to come out and say, regarding the fans, I don't care. I don't care what their response is. I don't care how they perceive me. I don't care how they see whatever. I don't care. No elaboration. Just, I don't care. Yeah, it's a bad look. I don't know. It's a bad look.
It's just, to me, it just leaves such a bad taste in the mouth because, again, you have another person on your team who's been dragged through the mud for almost a year.
Yep.
Almost 2 years now, he's been dragged through the mud, right? Because he's the son of a flashy player, right?
For showing up and playing football. Yeah.
People still to this day again, we literally talked about this a couple weeks ago. He was 35th in a poll of veteran quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And people saying, oh, can't wait to see him out there. I'm gonna I love it. But you're out here saying, I don't care. You're out here throwing 7 interceptions in practice. You're out here throwing interceptions in games. It's like, how the hell did that even, how did you even think that wasn't going to get intercepted? And the most you have to say is, I don't care. I don't think, look, I know some people are like, he's going to be the Browns starting quarterback. He can't be at this point. You can't throw that negativity out there. What are you going to do? And I know people are like, well, they're paying him. Okay, they've been paying him for the last 2 years, and he hasn't been on the field.
Yeah. There is a lot of this going around in Cleveland sports right now. There's a lot of I don't care. Even Shador a little bit the other day kind of gave some I don't care vibes. A little bit of Donovan Mitchell, see you in 19 weeks, right? When he was he was asked a question, and he basically kind of, he sides, there's no stress. I don't really worry about this. I'm not stressed. It's just I'm going out there just going to work. It's not a big deal. It is kind of a big deal,
But that's different than flatly saying,
yeah. No,
I don't care.
Yeah, I'm glad his mental health is in a good place, man. I don't want him to be stressed out to the point where he's not sleeping over the Browns. But I do, you want him to care. The way he kind of laughed off the interception, whatever, it slipped. I made the right. Well, maybe take a little more accountability. That bugged me a little bit. But this thing with Deshaun Watson bugs me. It just bugs me way, way more than that. I don't know. What do you do to make these guys care more? What do you do? I mean, when are we finally going to get a quarterback that's actually can be all these things simultaneously, like a leader of the franchise, right? The face of the franchise, an actual franchise quarterback. And I don't mean the best quarterback in the NFL.
Just consistent.
Just be here for 6 years, please. Start, 90% of the games for 5 or 6 years. Can we just get that once? Just a small amount of time, please. Injuries are going to happen. I'm not going to hold injuries against anybody. But for the most part, can we just get a guy here for 6 to 8 years that we know is going to be the starting quarterback as long as he's healthy and can get this offense out of the basement to where they don't have to wait, 9 weeks into the season to score 20 points or more? Where if they just last year, even if they had just had a top 15 offense, they probably would have won 10 or 11 games. You can let the defense do the work as long as the offense is somewhat competent. but we can't get that here. And it's
No.
frustrating when you hear things like, I don't care, come from your likely starting quarterback week 1.
If he's somehow starting quarterback week 1, that means something catastrophic happened to Shador. That has to be. It has to be. Like, you cannot go in with him as you are sending the most horrific message if he is your starting quarterback week 1.
Yeah.
You are sending a message to the fans that not only you don't care, you don't want to win this season, you don't want to do anything this season if he is your starting quarterback week 1.
Yeah.
Do I think he's going to start at some point during the season? Possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But he cannot be your starting quarterback week 1. That cannot happen.
I think it makes the most sense to go with the better player of the 2 younger quarterbacks. Well, you've got 3 younger quarterbacks, but no one's looking at Taylor Green as a starter. I think it just makes and it makes sense to go with either Shador Sanders or Dylan Gabriel. And Gabriel hasn't played well or looked really even close to competent, right? Can't throw the ball down the field, which, by the way, I know Deshaun Watson was 11 of 15 in I almost said the scrimmage in the preseason game, preseason week 1, right? But I thought he was maybe a half a step to a step behind on a lot of his reads, on most of his throws. They got there, and they were catches because guys were open, but it's just like the anticipation wasn't quite there. Maybe he has a little bit better handle of the offense, so he was able to complete some passes, but I thought he left some guys out to dry. He got a couple guys hit pretty hard. Maybe I'm being really nitpicky because I really just don't like him, to be honest with you. And I'm rarely like this with players, right? Like I'm not going to hold a grudge for no reason against a player. I have no reason to do that. I wouldn't care ordinarily who the starting quarterback was. If we had guys in that quarterback room who didn't have the off the field issues, right, that Deshaun Watson has had, I'd be like, listen, I don't care who it is, just the best guy. I don't care if he's getting paid $89 million, $2 million, $4 million, it doesn't matter. Just put the best guy out there. The guy that has the best understanding of the offense, can move the football. For God's sake, just please move the football. Get some first down, score some points. Put that guy out there. But in this case, I'm really rooting hard for Shador Sanders because I think he's morally, by far, no offense to Dylan Gabriel at all, but I mean, Shador Sanders, if you're talking about him and Deshaun Watson, he's morally by far the best choice. And if you're going between the 2 young guys, I think football-wise, Shador's the best choice. He probably offers you the most, upside for the future. And you give him 15, 17 games to start this year. And if he doesn't progress the way you want him to, then at least you're looking for a quarterback in 2027 and you have a plan for the future. If you start Deshaun Watson and go 4-13 with Deshaun Watson for 17 games, and then he leaves, you still don't know what you have in Shador Sanders. And now what do you do unless they've already made that decision, Autumn, I don't know what they're doing.
I don't know what the Browns are doing. We're gonna go to the break. When we come back, we'll talk more about what the hell is happening in Cleveland sports and with the Browns and all the craziness. And then I'll give you guys my good spiral and bad spiral of the day. And then Kyle Cornell will join you at 9:00 for Unfiltered. You guys are watching us here on the Inside Edge Network, and we will be back in just a few.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Monster and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Whew, what a show today, guys. We talked about a lot of news, everything from the craziness coming out of the city and the county of Lorraine involving a former couple pair of students that passed away, to a change of start time, to just the craziness involving the Cleveland RTA and their COO being found dead in Virginia. Just so much going on in the news world today. If you missed the show, make sure you check it back out when the stream is over this evening, or of course, as you get moving through the day on your Wednesday. Tomorrow, a big show. Wednesday, a huge show. That's right. House Bill 615. We'll talk about what that could mean. Plus, as we mentioned, all the latest news, talk, sports, and don't forget, end of the show, viral video of the night. Don't want to miss it. Right here, unfiltered, 9 p.m. on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you right after the Daily Spiral.
For over 4 years, Deshaun Watson has stolen money from the Cleveland Browns and from you, the fans. Stolen money, not shown up, not do the things that he needed to do. It's not the fans' fault that $230 million was paid to this bum. And I wanted to give him all the benefit of the world. See it through. See the contract through. Boy, did I feel like a dummy. After today's comments, he is at the very top of the list of most hated athlete in Cleveland sports. He is at the very top. To be piss poor and then to go out and say, oh, I don't care about what the fans have to say. Screw you. Screw you. Can't tell I'll see you tonight at 11:30. Unbelievable. This guy's a joke. This guy is an absolute joke. See you at 11:30.
Sometimes Double A just never fails to make me laugh. That was the most hilarious thing. And then the music coming in and cutting him off.
Hey, wrap that up, B. We're going back to the show. Wrap it up. That was funny.
Well, okay. Speaking of Deshaun Watson, so I just, of course, during the break, I'm on Twitter. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Chad. That was great.
I don't know how I didn't follow you yet. That was weird.
Thanks for the follow. But Polymarket Sports reported today that during practice, Shedeur Sanders took every single first-team QB rep at practice and had 3 touchdowns with 0 interceptions. Right. Watson threw 2 interceptions, but still has an 82% chance to be Cleveland's Week 1 starter.
But what are those? What is that percentage based on? Is that just like what most people are thinking right now? What do they use?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay, so that's just like the common thought that's out there. Okay, that's fine. I just wonder what like, you know.
I don't understand. Like, I kind of agree with AA. Like, he has stolen money from the Cleveland Browns for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, I was never one of them people that gave him the benefit of the doubt to be like, oh yeah, like I want to see how this. Once they signed him, I was like, this is gonna be terrible.
Yeah.
Because again, remember that first year, it was up and down, up and down. We didn't know whether he was going to be suspended for a full year.
Yeah.
We didn't know anything. He was coming off a major injury.
Mm-hmm.
He was suspended for a large portion of the season. He comes back the next season. He's trash.
So bad.
He was so bad, and then goes out with a blown Achilles and is out for the next 2 years. Didn't play a snap last year.
Yeah, I mean, ruptured the Achilles a second time. I and not that. Listen, I'm not okay. The one thing that I'm not going to blame him for is the injury. I can't. Whatever that happens. But everything else is fair game. And to be honest with you, it just could you imagine? It's like I say, could you imagine? But this happened in real life. Autumn. They gave this man $250 million.
They really did.
Not even knowing if he was going to be in jail. He could end. I don't know, man.
No, for real.
That's why he had them say the word comfortable one more time. I
don't. Again, like the Browns seem like, again, like I said, the Browns weren't even the only ones that were trying to get him.
I know.
The Falcons were trying to get him at one point. The Dolphins, that should show you what kind of hot mess it was. 3 of the most hot mess teams in the NFL was trying to get him, and the Browns just happened to be saddled with this.
But sit in a clubhouse in the off season and throw a $5 bet on an MLB parlay and see how fast you get suspended and spun out of this league. It's just amazing.
The NFL is just a hot mess, hodgepodge of just craziness. I actually was gonna get to this story tomorrow. I'm gonna like sort of preview it tonight. Have you seen this trend of girlfriend videos at NFL training camp?
Yeah, I've seen some. Yeah, I've seen some out there. Yeah.
So instead of the NFL like sort of leaning into women's sports in a way of like highlighting the women that are on the coaching staff, owners, people in the front office, they have decided to focus on the WAG side of the ball, and they have started making teams have their star players show up to practice with their significant others and taking videos of them because that's what they think women want to see.
What does this tell women? Hey, look, we'll let you in the building. Look, you're allowed in the building. You can come hang out. Like, what? This is so stupid. This is so insulting. Come on.
Like, when I say the NFL, like, again, like, Deshaun Watson was like the cherry on top of like, just, we don't care about women. But like every single time, like I think they can't get more disgusting. They get more disgusting. Yep. But what do you think is going to happen with this Bills game? We're going to do a quick preview, and then I'm going to get to my good spiral and bad spiral. Because what do you think of this Bills game? Like,
well, I think I don't really know. It's so hard to tell in these preseason games because you don't know how long the starters are going to be out there. You don't know who's going to be on the field together for how long. If Shador gets the start, it may be with the second and third teamers. We've heard Todd Monken say doesn't necessarily need to see the starters play if he sees whatever in practice. So we don't know yet. I just what I want to see. What I want to see. I don't know what we're going to see. What I want to see is an offense that works congruently, right? Can move the football, and not just for the first couple of possessions, and not just while the Bears kind of like find their feet, and all of a sudden 34 unanswered points happens, whatever. But I also want to see the defense play a little bit better. Bears quarterbacks during last Saturday's game just pretty much did what they wanted almost the entire game without fail. And you can't see that. I get it. It's preseason, but you at least want to see the defense. The defense is the one mainstay, right? Like we expect better play out of the defense. You don't necessarily, I know it's preseason. Again, I know that. I know. But you don't necessarily expect to see them give up 34 points to the Bears. It's troubling. So I just want to see an offensive line that goes out there and looks like they know what they're doing, create some running room for however long Quinshon Judkins is in the game. I just would like to see the ones go out and maybe get, 2 or 3 series. I don't know if we're going to see that or not, though. So who knows? These things are such a wild card. These preseason games, Autumn.
Honestly, the preseason and the end of the season is usually when I check out the NFL, because preseason to me is like there's like 5 people vying to get on the team, right? Really, for
Right.
sure, that are like, I need to get on this team, so I'm gonna do whatever I can. It's really just like a warm up for like what happens. Now, have I been enjoying the preseason? Absolutely. We have had a generational meme created with Michael Penix pointing at Tua, being like, "You see this? Like that is a generational meme. Like that will forever go down." Because why is that happening? We've had Jackson Dart being like, "I'm so confused why I'm in the medical tent, brother. How are you confused? You got lit up."
Sometimes when you get hit by big people, Jackson, it hurts. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
He's like, "It's the first preseason game. I don't understand why I was over there so much. Come on.
Meanwhile, Cam Scadaboo's in the background of the interview just doing backflips. Like, come on. What's going on?
Again, and the Giants, if the Browns have had a terrible offseason, the Giants, their offseason has been crazier. Like,
do you think sometimes John Harbaugh thinks do you think he feels like he went from being like a college professor, like an adjunct professor, to like a preschool teacher? A little bit like, I'm dealing with I've got children in the locker room. What was going on? It's crazy.
It's just when I say this, I'm ready for this season to start, because this is how we started the preseason. We got a player saying he don't care about fans. We got one confused about being going to the medical tent. We got another pointing at his teammates saying, "Look at this guy right here." I'm excited for what's to come, because this is going to be a hot mess, because that's what I live for with the NFL is how much of a hot mess this can get.
Yeah. Keep an eye on the Bengals then, because it does not look like Joe Burrow's having fun again. I said the Bengals could win this division. If Joe Burrow comes back healthy, if he's having fun, the Bengals keep him engaged. And so far, it doesn't look great. He got sacked on his first snap. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
It's been almost 10 years, and they can't get that offensive line right. They're never going to get it right. It's been almost 10 years. Like, at this point, they're never going to get it right. He's always going to
be about the Browns quarterback room, right? They're never going to get that right either.
They're never going to get that offensive line right. It's going to be crazy. I'm going to give you my good spiral and bad spiral of the day. My good spiral, the thing I want you to go down the deep dive, the hole on Love Island USA. Trinity from Love Island USA, the winner, released a commercial with Verizon. And when I say, I was like, who is this girl and why can she act? She, like, when I say she can act, she can act. Watch the commercial. They all have a sponsorship with Poppy, the probiotic poopy soda company. If you don't know what a probiotic is, makes it come out a little bit easier. They all have partnerships with Poppy now. So just go down that rabbit hole of goodness today. My bad spiral of the day, honestly, I'm trying to think of it. It would have been Deshaun Watson. It really, really would have been Deshaun Watson. But honestly, I'm trying to think, because who is also horrific? Oh, it's still Stephen A. Smith. Because I forgot to mention yesterday, when he went on Fox News and talked to Sean Hannity, he said, "Yeah, everybody, all the women in my family are black, including my lady." And I'm like, so you're still just ignorant. Like, great, beautiful. Stephen A. Smith still gets my bad spiral of the day. Don't go down that rabbit hole. If we said Pat McAfee was Rob Dyrdek for ESPN, Stephen A. Smith is right there with him. Remember when they were shoving him down everyone's throats?
Yeah. So to the point where he didn't even have time to prepare. He was talking about players he wasn't even aware of, really, for a while. I mean,
yeah.
I still remember when he called Dwayne Haskins a running quarterback coming out of Ohio State. And I'm like, he carried the ball like 18 times for 32 yards, man. That's not it. Like, I don't think that's it, man.
Yeah, he was a UFC commentator. He was a NBA commentator. He was on Get Up. Like, ESPN really has their favorites, and when they decide to shove them down your throat, they shove them down your throat.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, we'll talk more about this. Eli will be on the show. So Chad, it's only just us one time a week. Oh, tears. Tomorrow
At least it's the middle of the week. You have something to look forward to right in the middle of the week, right?
Yes. We'll talk more sports, pop culture. I think tomorrow I'm gonna do the D23 recap. Because I've still been doing research and there was a lot more that I forgot that came out. But Kyle Cornell is up next with Unfiltered. He will bring you all the news around Cleveland and of course sports. And I will see you tomorrow, and Chad will see you in like an hour for Inside Edge Primetime. Have a good night, everyone.
See you.
So here's the cool thing, Kyle. Guys, watch this, buddy, because I was producing that entire show. So I'm gonna switch you over. I'm gonna switch it here. Watch this. And then it's like I was never even here, buddy. It's all on you from here.
It's gonna be magic, isn't it? All right, man. Appreciate you, Eli, for that. He was kind of hanging out behind the scenes there, doing his thing. Welcome, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Got a lot to get into today. But first, as we are at 9 o'clock, it is time to very quickly here, I believe, if I can get the video up, we're going to pause for network ID and then the intro, and we'll be all set on the program. So don't touch that dial. Don't turn the channel. We're back after this.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on X at Unfiltered216.
Well, everybody, welcome in another edition of Unfiltered here on your Wednesday. Already halfway to your weekend. How about that? August 19th, 2026. So happy you are with us as always on the program. And do not forget, while you're here, make sure that you like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at InsideEdge.net across all the different social media platforms you see right there, bottom of your screen, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything. In between, make sure you check us out there. Never miss when we go live, and we have breaking news, which we will in just a few short minutes for you, involving the Cleveland Cavaliers. Had a full rundown. Was going to be the second straight day of no sports topics because, quite frankly, I don't give a fuck about Deshaun Watson or the Browns. But the Cavs had to do something, so we'll talk about them in a few minutes. But before we talk about that, make sure we also let you know about our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, one-stop shop for you when it comes to everything here with us at the network. Everything from personality profiles to all the people that are on the network, a full show rundown so you know when to mark on your calendar, set your alarms for when we go live here on the Inside Edge Network. Check out the partners page, discount codes, links to all of our different partners, everyone from Fanatics to Alley Rose Fragrances to everyone in between. We got it all for you there. And the merchandise store. Get on board, get the merch. Again, it looks great. Shirts, polos, hats, coffee cups, whatever you can think of, we have it for you right there, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And special thanks to Roku. We have an app. That's right. It's on Roku. All you have to do is search Inside Edge Network. Be it on your phone, your TV, wherever. We go everywhere thanks to Roku. Appreciate them and the partnership with us here at Inside Edge Network. Again, I had this great show planned, a lot of news to get into, some serious stuff, some lighthearted stuff. And ironically enough, the viral, video of the night is actually in the arena of what I'm used to, believe it or not, being in news for so long. But the Cavaliers did something. The Cavs have awoken. That's right. It was breaking news at the top of the hour. And there you see it. Cleveland, Denver, and the Clippers agreeing to a trade. Peyton Watson coming to the Cavs. Max Strus going to the Clippers. And a 2031 first-round pick from Cleveland. And a Kings 2032 second-rounder going to the Nuggets. And Watson also signing that new 4-year, $88 million deal to essentially just be a Cav for the foreseeable future. The 4th year on that contract is a player option. He's only 23, so Peyton Watson, a younger player, fits more of the Evan Mobley timeframe and less of the Donovan Mitchell timeframe. Also, another side note, another trade that was a part of this, you see there from Shams Charania. He's obviously the go-to when it comes to all this stuff going down. Trey Mann, he had a cup of coffee in Cleveland. He's out. They also sent the 2027 second-rounder Clippers to the Washington Wizards. Cam Whitmore comes to Cleveland. Wizards sending Julian Reese to the Nuggets. So another team added in. Cavs obviously just trying to make some money and some space for all this stuff. And Chad brought up an interesting point, so did Autumn at the beginning of the program over on the Daily Spiral. That, well, now it feels like James Harden is gone. Not entirely, no. And I never want to say Chad is wrong. Though now he officially is, because he said the Cavs are going to stand pat and not do anything, and he did. So Chad is officially wrong now in the Cavs offseason. But James Harden, this was always the plan. It was always move pieces around, and when the Cavs are truly done, that's when they go in and re-sign James because they have his bird rights. And that essentially means they can re-sign their former players, their own players, and go beyond the first apron, second apron, doesn't matter. It will be a more team-friendly deal, probably looking at 20 to 25 million a year for James Harden, which if he's giving you, 18, 19 points and almost 10 assists a game, I mean, I guess that's some guys make a lot more for a lot less. Peyton Watson's 4 years, 88 million. He just had his best season in the NBA, averaging 14.5 points and 5 rebounds per game in 54 games. He did shoot 41% free, which was also a career high. Last season, 35% free. I look at that more as like the benchmark for him. Not a good free throw shooter. He's about 70% for his career. It's average. But again, fills the need for the Cavs. A small forward that's young, that could start, that fits time frame at least of your youngest star. And he's an NBA champion. That's the other bonus. So he won the 2023 title with Denver. So you're actually, even though he's young, you're bringing in championship experience, believe it. Obviously, a better matchup, a little bit taller than Max Strus, but I want to give some flowers to Max. He's gotten a bad rap on the network, and I think a lot of people just kind of thought of him as an afterthought. This guy wasn't old. I mean, if he's 30, he's barely 30. I don't know. I could look it up, but I really don't feel like it. I mean, he's not an old guy by any means. He fit the role. And this past postseason, he was one of the best players on the Cavs team, consistent. Even when he was missing shots, defensively, he played out of his mind. Like, the postseason was huge. And he played well enough to obviously get this kind of acknowledgement, this kind of recognition, to where he was sought after in trade. And now he's going to go join Darius Garland out with the Clippers. With that team, Strus is like a 6-man or just a shooter, someone that can get you some points here and there and play some good defense. Garland played at an all-star level with the Clippers in a short time there last season. When he came back, he didn't get hurt again. He played the rest of the season. If that trade goes through for Kawhi Leonard, they get Brandon Ingram, a guy who's probably going to have a little bit of a chip on his shoulder in his late 20s. Going to LA, back to where it all began for him, because remember, he started with the Lakers. So, I mean, there's a lot there to make a possible run if you're the Clippers. And I know the West is tough, but honestly, the East has gotten tough. So, would the Clippers be a top 3 or 4 team? No, but I could see them as a play-in team or a potential team that could surprise some people if everyone stays healthy, and they could be a top 6. Who knows? But at the time, it's a good pick up rather, in Peyton Watson for the Cavs. My biggest concern is, again, you're lining people up, and it doesn't feel like he's on certain people's timelines. Donovan Mitchell's 29, turning 30. Evan Mobley's 23, 24. Peyton Watson feels like a Evan Mobley. Feels like you're gearing up younger. Where the LeBron move would have felt more of like a Donovan thing. Okay, we got to win in the next year or two, or whatever. There's still a trade out there that I think they should explore if it involves potentially moving off of someone like Sam Merrill or whatever it is, or if it is a sign and trade. Um, you know, with somebody like James Harden, because he's going to re-sign in Cleveland. If he wasn't going to re-sign with the Cavs, he would have signed somewhere else by now. I'm just gonna tell you guys the truth with that. It may hurt some people. It may bruise some people's egos. He's coming back to the Cavs. The question is, will he stay with them after they sign? And does he want to? I think honestly, he probably looks at Peyton Watson and says, "Oh, 3-and-D guy. Okay, that means I can play less defense." Probably gets excited about it, honestly. And he's won. He's young, but he's won. He probably is still willing to be led. So I mean, James Harden still probably looks at this situation and says, "I'm pretty happy," honestly. But the biggest issue for the Cavs, and I brought this up to Eli, we were texting off screen during the first hour when he was producing as well, is for the Cavs now, if they decide not to bring back James Harden, they have no point guard. And I'm sorry, as much as I think Craig Porter Jr. has a lot of potential and talent, just he's like 4 or 5 years into the Cavs system, and he hasn't broken any more further than he ever has. Like, so you don't really have a point guard, and you don't want to have Donovan run point because you're taking away from him. You almost would have to if that's the case, and Donovan can't guard some of these other point guards. At that point, you're starting Jalen Tyson at the 2, and you're going to get some good size out of that. But it's not. I don't know if it's good enough. They're still missing. If they don't bring back James, they're going to. But if for some reason they now decide out of the blue that they're not going to honor that agreement they had with him, and they're not going to re-sign him, and they're not going to bring him in for a 2-year contract, then what's out there? Because again, right now, I'm not liking what I'm seeing on the Cavs roster to be the new point guard of this team. And you can move Donovan to the 1. He played a little bit of point in Utah towards the end. I think that's part of the reason why he wanted out. He didn't want to do that. He wants the offense to run through him, but he also doesn't want to run point, if that makes sense. He wants the ball in his hands, but he wants someone else to bring it up all the time. That kind of thing. Donovan loves coming off the screens in the corners and getting the ball at the wings or at the elbows with like 17, 18 seconds left in the shot clock, and then being able to. That's what he really wants to do. He doesn't want to bring the. I have said this since the beginning of free agency, since the second the Cavs season ended. Drew Holiday makes the most sense on this team from a standpoint of I think he's 32 or 33 at this point. So he's a little bit older, but still defensive guy, a point guard you can trust. He's sure-handed. He can score when he needs to, but he's not going to be ball dominant to where he's got to have the ball in his hands all the time. He can catch and shoot. He has won a championship. He's played with great players, so he knows what to do in those moments. I'm just saying, like it's to me, it's still the move the Cavs could make. I know Jonathan Kuminga's still out there. I still think that that's probably as much as he wants to be in Cleveland. I think the Lakers are probably the team he ends up on, or somehow Atlanta will just bring him back on a 1-year, whatever, and then possibly look to trade him during the season if Atlanta's season doesn't turn out as they would wish. But kind of feels like unless the Cavs are going to move somebody else, this is it. This is the move. This is the piece. This is the person that's going to come in. It's supposed to make this big difference. And again, he's trending upward and he's young, but I want everyone to calm down a little bit before you start anointing Peyton Watson as the savior of this team and as someone who's going to come in and be this ultimate difference maker and the missing piece to what this ball club was missing while they've lost Max Strus, Dean Wade, Dennis Schroeder. All rotational pieces. And in some instances, starters for a guy who is going to start because they need the 3. That's the position they've always needed. But you sacrifice 3 to get 1. And now people are worried about the 1. Is James Harden here? Is he not? The day James Harden signs his contract is when you know either it's over or there's going to be a trade involving him, but it'll be soon. It has to be. Otherwise, what are we doing? Which I know a lot of people were saying that, including me, throughout most of the offseason to this point with the Cavs. What are you doing? They waited for LeBron, albeit sheepishly, albeit kind of a little bit, naive on that front. Anytime you're brought up in conversation with his agent, one of his best friends, and there's a negative to your team, you ever notice he felt like he need to say not having Garland was a negative, did Rich Paul in that podcast with Max Kellerman, because he kind of wanted to like cool everyone down, because if it was all positive for Cleveland, then there's not really a reason not to go there, right? Besides we've been there, done that, it's never going to get any better. It could have got a lot better. You could win another championship in Cleveland, and then it's all over. If you weren't already the greatest sports athlete in Cleveland of all time, you probably would get anointed at that. But there's a reason for that. There's a reason why this took as long as it did. There's a reason. And you see, we showed you guys the details. There's like 4 teams involved, all these picks and players and people going to teams. And Denver looks the worst out of all this. They're losing a guy that was, when there was some injuries last season, Peyton Watson filled in and played some great basketball for them at a high level. But also, again, look at the situation. Look at the team. Nikola Jokic, possibly, when he's all said and done, a top 10 player in NBA history, one of the most skilled players of all time. Mr. 29-point triple-double. Like, he brought that. Like, there was a different kind of aura around that team. Denver, championship pedigree. They've won this decade. 2023, it wasn't that long ago. Like, he had that kind of mentorship and all that stuff here. And again, the biggest thing we've talked about with the Cavs is who is the actual leader of the team. Is it Donovan? Was it James? We know it's not Mobley. Was Jared? At one point, we were talking about Jared Allen being the leader of this team. I don't know. That's why I like Dennis Schroeder on the team, because, again, he was a little more physical and kind of didn't really care. And he's the dog, the guy you kind of want on your team, you want on your side. Now, with all of this, it's not that I want James Harden back. It's that it's going to happen. He is going to sign a contract with the Cleveland Cavaliers. The question is, will he stay? Because as we've seen, just because you come to Cleveland doesn't mean you're going to stay very long. Ask Trey Mann that. He's already gone. A crazy couple hours. And they may not be done. They might not. Let's see what happens. First break here on Unfiltered. When we come back, we get back to our regularly scheduled programming. We had a bunch of news to get into today. A really sad story out of the east side of Cleveland. And again, it's going to harken home to my conversation with parents about keeping an eye on their kids and making sure they're in safe environments. We're going to talk about that. The IX Center was in the news today. Hey, they're back. I'll tell you why, what's going on. I'm going to make some heads roll with the Ohio BMV. They made a ruling. They're actually changing some rules involving gender markers. Some people, maybe more on the left, are going to be mad at me, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. I'll inform you about House Bill 615, what that means for the state of Ohio. Water spouts on Lake Erie today. Really cool video that was captured. We'll share that with you. Drone delivery, Amazon. It's coming right here to Northeast Ohio. I got an update for you guys, too, on that Akron-Canton airport. The plane that landed yesterday, that was awkward. We got more details. We have actual video of the plane landing, and it is a sight for sore eyes, I'll tell you what. And, of course, as we mentioned before, the viral video of the night. All that and more coming up here on Unfiltered all along the Inside Edge Network. Do not run away. We'll be back. And after these messages, make sure you guys stay with us. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? They'll look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all our social media platforms.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Wednesday, halfway to your weekend, August 19th, 2026. First day of school. Some kids out here in Northeast. Oh, get a good first day parents. I hope you got your kids ready. I know mine next week, next Tuesday, he's back. So less than a week away. The school year starting on my end. So hope everything went smooth today. I know Lorraine schools was a topic of conversation yesterday. They had to change their start time from whatever it was to 7:35 one day before. So hopefully everything went smooth out there in Lorraine County. Haven't seen too many complaints yet, which is good. But yeah, welcome in. Happy to have you here as we keep things moving along on Unfiltered. The show got thrown out of whack a little bit because the Cavs decided to do something tonight. So we have to get into our two lead stories for this next segment. The first, and it's heavy and it's sad, and it's one of the things that over the course of my 7 years in news, something that wasn't very obviously wasn't very thrilled, but just affected me different. Anytime there's children involved in a story like this, it gives you pause for a minute. This coming down today, but it happened earlier. Cleveland Heights toddler shot himself earlier this month after being left alone with a loaded gun. That, according to court documents obtained by 19 News here in Cleveland. And the suspect is this person, man who was arrested on this. 19-year-old Warren Jenkins of East Cleveland admitted to leaving the loaded handgun on a lounge chair near 3-year-old DeAndre Smith. Shot himself on August 11th. He died just 2 days later on August 13th. The kicker in all this, which was just wild, Jenkins was arrested about an hour after the shooting and charged with involuntary manslaughter. This was in the 3300 block, or yeah, the 3300 block of Sylvanhurst Road over on in Cleveland Heights. While inside the home, court records alleging that officers discovered 140 grams of suspected fentanyl, a small bag of crack cocaine, and more. Jenkins pleaded not guilty at his arraignment in Cleveland Municipal Court yesterday. His bond set at $500,000. He is not charged in connection with the drugs at this time, but his case now will be presented to a Cuyahoga County grand jury. Quote, the Cleveland Heights Police Department extends its deepest condolences to the child's family and loved ones during this tragic, difficult time. These stories, like I said, are always difficult for me because I have a son. And you can't control personal situations when you're doing these kinds of things, and you do this and you do it for a long time, and there's people that have done it a lot longer than I have. They've been able to compartmentalize, and for a lot of stories that I read in that cover, I'm able to kind of disassociate it from every day and just understand that it's a news story. It's kind of an irregularity as far as my personal life, whatever it is. But anything involving children, there's always a story I harken back to out of Moorhead, Minnesota, where there was a family, I think of 5, that died from carbon monoxide poisoning. Just didn't have any carbon monoxide monitors in their home, which, again, if you don't have one, get one. But it's those kind of stories that hit you a little different. This is one of them because it's the irresponsibleness. I don't know if the suspect in this case is the father or a relative or whatever. DeAndre Smith, Warren Jenkins, 2 different names. DeAndre being the 3-year-old, and Jenkins being the 19-year-old that was arrested. But obviously, in control, supposed to be watching the child for whatever it's worth. We have to do better. And I know everyone's got their situations. Everyone's got their reasons why they do what they need to do or whatever it is. But when there is a young child, it's heartbreaking when this stuff happens with 17 and 18-year-olds in Lorraine County. It's just as bad when there's a 3-year-old that gets their hands on a gun, who should be nowhere near that gun and nowhere near in a home with all these drugs or whatever it is. And I don't care if you're selling marijuana out of the home or if you're selling hard drugs like this. Either way, putting your child or your friend's kid or your relative or whatever it is, whatever their relation is, putting them in harm's way with this kind of stuff around them because you never know what can happen is unforgivable. Like it's awful. Saw this come across today and I knew I had to leave with it, not only obviously because this is a reminder to a lot of parents out there and a lot of people that they watch kids, whatever it is. You may have your stuff you're doing, and I'm not here to judge. You know if it's right or wrong. It's pretty easy to figure it out. Usually if you have to ask yourself, is what am I doing? Is what I'm doing the right thing? It's probably not. But keep this stuff away from the kids, man. Because that 3-year-old did not deserve to die. Did not deserve to be in a situation where this was around him. And even if the gun wasn't around, 140 grams of fentanyl and crack cocaine around a 3-year-old. I don't want to hear the sob story of, well, I got to do what I got to do to provide. It's like, no. Figure it out. Be an adult. Figure it out. I don't want to hear the systems against you. I don't want to hear any of it. Not when there are children. You have no excuse. Again, don't know. I don't know if this was just I'm watching my baby cousin or if he was the dad. I have no idea. 3 years old and 19. I know people that had kids a lot younger than 16. So it's like, hey, who knows? But if you're going to be responsible enough and you're going to take responsibility enough to do that with another person and have another person come into this world, you have to have the responsibility as a parent. And again, I'm not perfect. Like, I'm sure my son could tell you that. I'm sure my ex could tell you that, whatever it is. I'm not perfect. But he will never be in a situation like that. I don't care if we're dirt poor or if we're living in a mansion and everywhere in between. He will never be in a situation. Not under this roof, not. It's a damn shame. And my thoughts and prayers in our Lord and Savior's name, Jesus Christ, go out to their family as well and hope that they can get some sort of justice for this. But at the same point, let this be a wake-up call to everyone out there who thinks that maybe what you think you're doing isn't that bad and it's okay and it's just for now and the kids will be fine. They really don't know about it or whatever it is. You're one misstep away from having a story like this. And I told you guys, my goal is to never have stories like this. I don't ever want to have to talk about stuff like this ever on the program. I want to be able to bitch about the Cavs or talk about the Browns or talk about the next thing that we're about to bring up now. But can't. This kind of stuff happens. It has to stop. Accountability needs to be taken. And you have to be smarter. Just have to. In more exciting and a lot lighter news, the IX Center, it's back, baby. Yep, they are alive and well. They're going to resume operations. It was a big story today, this morning. It came down the pike, which is great for everybody. It announced today that the large convention and exhibition space will remain open in a media release. The IX Center's marketing team said it will continue to be the home for major consumer shows, trade shows, and exhibitions, including signature regional events like the Cleveland Auto Show, Boat Show, Great Big Home and Garden Show, and the Ohio RV Super Show, which officials said are expected to return. Now, according to the release, the plan is designed to provide continuity for exhibitors and attendees while the property continues to be marketed for long-term redevelopment opportunities. Quote, the IX Center has long been a premier destination for consumer shows and industry trade events in this region. We are pleased to continue delivering the high-quality events and experiences our clients and attendees expect, backed by the operational excellence that has defined the IX Center for decades. 10 months ago, there was reports out there, including from Fox 8 and their I team, that the Haslam Sports Group was trying to work out a deal to keep shows at the IX Center until the Browns' new dome opens. Haslam Sports Group confirmed the organization was looking into hosting some of the trade shows in the new dome. Make a lot of sense. You're going to have space. Not too far. Again, on Wednesday, a spokesperson from the Haslam Sports Group told Fox 8's I-Team, we are happy to see these impactful shows continue in Northeast Ohio. If you're looking for upcoming events, the list, I shared these on the Facebook, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, and on the Twitter, Unfiltered 216. Coming up November 20th to the 22nd, the Cleveland Christmas Connection will be there. The Progressive Cleveland Boat Show, January 14th to the 17th for next year. Great Big Home and Garden Show is January 29th to February 7th of next year. The Auto Show returns February 26th to March 7th. And then the Cleveland Home and Remodeling Expo take place next March 19th through the 21st. Some good news, some really good news for everyone that enjoys the IX Center. And it's one of the places that I've talked about before that, whether it was a trick or treat walk they used to do, whether it was the IX Indoor Amusement Park, which is always one of my favorite things. They had like dinosaurs there too, like dinosaur exhibit stuff. Like that was really cool. I mean, they always did some things there that were really fun and special and kind of brought the community together. And I know, and it makes a lot of sense when the time comes with the new Dome Stadium, the Browns will be able to use that more. And that's a few years down the road. So there's still some time to utilize the IX Center while they try to figure things out. And it's better than just sitting there empty. With nothing going on. We could still make an impact and do something in the area. Why not? While you're still trying to figure out what the hell you're going to do with it. So exciting and good news. On the tail end of some tough news, we had some good stuff for you. When we come back, another break. When we do, I get to ruffle some more feathers. Courtesy of the Ohio BMV. Yeah. I'll explain that next here on Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network. We're back after these messages.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Maser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Maser and his wife, Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Maser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Maser Moments Photography,
a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Wednesday, halfway to your weekend, August 19th, 2026. So happy, as always, you are with us on the program. Scooting right along. The Ohio BMV is in the news and some changes taking place involving gender. Let's dive in to this story. The Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles will now only accept an updated birth certificate or passport as proof of gender marker change. Of course, advocates of transgender Ohioans say this will create a barrier. Shocker. For years, the BMV has accepted a professionally certified declaration of gender change form that is no longer the case. Quote, not having your IDs matched properly is intentional harm. That from Dara Atkinson with Trans Ohio. That's a group. Atkins says all Ohioans deserve to have their gender marker on their ID reflect who they are. Quote, it's a safety issue. You're pulled over for a traffic stop and immediately flagged as having a fraudulent identification on you because your stuff doesn't match who you present as. That's a legit quote. It's harder to access healthcare. It's harder to access insurance when your matching ID documents do not correspond to the gender designation on file. Dwayne Stewart with Equality Ohio says relying on birth certificate changes can be tricky. Ohio birth certificates are decided on a county by county basis. Quote, one thing we do know is this is going to make it harder for people to do this. It's going to create another barrier for people. We are in the business of moving forward equality measures to make it easier for equality to happen in Ohio. This is making it more difficult. Spokesperson from the Ohio BMV telling Fox 8's sister station, NBC4, the change happened because the previously used form was not compatible with the Ohio revised code. Quote, right now we are telling people to engage with our legal clinic. Our lawyers are ready to have the conversation, to walk people through this process, to continue to find out why this is happening, and to educate the community on what they can do. Stewart. You guys ready to have a real tough conversation? There's nothing wrong with being born a man and being a man through your life, even if you like feminine things. There's nothing wrong with being born a woman and liking masculine things and still being a woman the rest of your life. It's not a stand of the network, and I think there should be a disclaimer maybe throughout this, because I know there's probably certain people, not only on the network, but maybe who are watching this stream right now that maybe would disagree with this. But again, we, and I particularly, will not be rewarding mental health issues and other things of this nature by getting things chopped off or put on or put something into your body that makes it change outwardly and awkwardly that most people don't like it at the end of the day. Most people regret doing because you felt a certain. What is the line of truth and untruth in this spot? And this isn't me taking a conservative or Republican side on it or going against the Democratic or liberal side on it. It's me just trying to bring common sense into the situation. Was I bullied as a kid for a little bit? Yeah, I was a lot bigger than most of the kids. So eventually it kind of just stopped on its own. But like everyone gets bullied, everyone has issues, everyone goes through it. My son will, all this stuff. It's up to us, again, as parents. And again, I'm challenging parents for the second time in the show tonight. Go figure. Because you're peers of mine. Let them know it's okay. It's okay to have these issues. It's okay to like certain things and still be what you actually are. It's not taking away rights of certain people. It's doing something to make things clear so when you do go and get your license or whatever it is, it's straightforward. We have to stop as a country, as a people, acquiescing to every single person's feelings. Feelings get hurt. Feelings also get better. Happiness is a mood. I brought this up on the show last night. I never felt like myself until I decided I wasn't going to be a man anymore. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Well, how would you know? You're not in their brain. I'm not. But I do live in a world of common sense. Not in political parties, not in one side or the other or any of that crap. I live in the world of common sense. Truthfully, I tell you. You have issues. You have things you need to work out, whatever it is. And if your therapists and if your doctors are telling you, you know what you need? A sex change. Again, when you're an adult, when you're over 18, to each their own. I don't have to accept it. I'm not going to hate you for it. Why? I'm not going to hate you for it. But I'm also not going to acknowledge the fact that you think having a mental illness or a mental issue with all this and you want to act on a feeling. Me acting on a feeling is, you know what I feel like tonight? I feel like Dairy Queen. So I'm going to go get a Blizzard. Now, I'm going to go to the doctor and get my penis chopped off. It doesn't make any sense. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, really think about this kind of stuff. And don't go to people that are just going to tell you, well, you got to do what you feel and it's got to be okay. And do you want this? Do you want it to be like that? No. Don't talk to people that are just going to boost your ego and to pull you down that road even further because they care about your feelings. Real friends will tell you the truth. They will. You don't have to do this kind of thing. This shouldn't even be a problem. But because we're in a day and age where everyone's got to make sure everyone feels okay, and are you comfortable? Are you sure? God forbid we get a little bit uncomfortable. Well, welcome to Unfiltered. I make people uncomfortable for a living. It's my job, whether it's people on the network, whether it's people who watch, whatever. That's what I do now. Because for 7 years, I wasn't allowed to. That's fine. Professional news, I did what I was supposed to do. I ran a news department. I ran it down the middle like I always said I was going to, like how I was trained to do. I was also trained and I was raised to have common sense. There's nothing wrong with being a man. There's nothing wrong with being a woman. What you're born is what you're born with. Take the most out of it. Why are you damaging yourself for temporary happiness? All these people that go through all this stuff, 20 years from now, I think they're going to look back and go, I'm so happy I did that. I'm sure there'll be a couple crazy people that will. But again, those people didn't get help. And the help they did got were therapists that were enablers that told them, yes, lean into your feelings. Go and get those changes. And then keep coming to see me. We can keep talking about it so you can keep paying me. It's all up here. It's okay to get bullied. It's okay to be uncomfortable in situations. And it's okay to have uncomfortable conversations. But I will not accept, well, it's how I feel. Like I've always felt like I was in the wrong body. What? when you say stuff like that out loud, you have to understand in those moments how ridiculous it sounds. This shouldn't be a thing. This shouldn't be a story. Just like the first story I had about the toddler. It should not be a thing. Help your kids through it. Help them understand it's okay. Jenny loves football. She loves sports. She loves working on cars, all the general masculine things or whatever it is. Doesn't mean Jenny should turn into John. Jenny can be fucking Jenny. It's fine. This shouldn't be a problem. It really shouldn't. Yet here we are. The good news is we didn't go down in viewers during that time. So that's a nice bonus. It means to tell me that everyone here actually maybe has some common sense. So I appreciate you guys for sticking with us. We actually gained people. So that's good. Final break here on Unfiltered. When we come back, news and notes, a lot to break down on that. And then also the viral video of the night, which, not going to lie, a lot of this used to happen in newsrooms that I was a part of, but it just didn't happen on camera. We'll talk about that coming up here on the program. In the meantime, some words from some friends.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime. And that's right, Chad Bryan and myself, we're back tonight at 10 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network. And we have a lot to talk about. When it comes to the Guardians, are they back in the AL wild card hunt? Can they get a playoff spot? Whether it's by the wild card or maybe winning the AL Central. Okay, I know. We had one win against the Giants and we're feeling a little bit better about ourselves. We'll talk about tonight what this means for maybe some momentum built, and hopefully they beat the Giants again. So we're talking about 2 in a row, or we're kind of back in the same boat. We'll talk about all of that when it comes to the Guardians, and we'll also dive into the Cleveland Browns. A lot of national analysts are talking about if the Browns had a quarterback, then this roster could be really, really dangerous. The team could be dangerous. Can they figure out the quarterback situation? We heard from Deshaun Watson, Todd Monken, and Shedeur Sanders today with some interesting comments. We'll talk about all that, Chad and I. And, of course, we send Chad back in the time machine for Way Back Wednesday. It's Way Back Wednesday. We send him all the way back, see what he found on today's date in history, August 19th. Can't wait to see all of you later tonight. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials so you know when we're going live. I'll see you later tonight.
For over 4 years, Deshaun Watson has stolen money from the Cleveland Browns and from you, the fans. Stolen money, not shown up, not do the things that he needed to do. It's not the fans' fault that $230 million was paid to this bum. And I wanted to give him all the benefit of the world. See it through. See the contract through. Boy, did I feel like a dummy. After today's comments, he is at the very top of the list of most hated athlete in Cleveland sports. He is at the very top. To be piss poor and then to go out and say, oh, I don't care about what the fans have to say. Screw you. Screw you. Can tell I'll see you tonight at 11:30. Unbelievable. This guy's a joke. This guy's an absolute joke. See you at 11:30.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick. With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh. I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the InsideEdge Network.
Final segment of Unfiltered here on your Wednesday, August 19th, 2026. So happy you guys are with us as always here on the program, gearing up for Inside Edge Prime Time with Chad, with Eli. I'm sure the Cavaliers will come up in discussion after what just went down with the big trade to land Peyton Watson. We'll see if it's as big a deal as everyone thinks it is. But we'll go down that rabbit hole with you guys, 10 o'clock here on the Inside Edge Network. In the meantime, some news and notes to get into with you guys. First off, I wanted to talk about this yesterday. Obviously, we got slammed with some stuff, but House Bill 615 is being discussed currently. A group rushing into a store and stealing merchandise together could face sharply tougher penalties than individual shoplifters under a proposal currently under consideration at the State House in Columbus. House Bill 615 would create a new crime of group retail theft. The penalties ranging from a 5th-degree felony to a 2nd-degree felony, depending largely on how many people participate. The proposal is aimed at coordinated thefts in which a crowd enters a store at once, grabs merchandise, and leaves, even when the amount taken by each individual would ordinarily result in a much lesser charge. It's also known as the Retail Theft Prevention Act. The bill is sponsored by Republican Representative Josh Williams of Sylvania and has received 2 hearings in the Small Business Committee. So far, the discussion surrounding the legislation is centered on whether tougher penalties are necessary to address a form of collective theft that prosecutors can already pursue under existing laws. Just thought it was interesting from the standpoint of like, yeah, it could be a problem. Like these group thefts, you see these different retail stores. Everyone's got about 15,000 metal detectors now because they're always worried about like people doing it together and finding out ways to distract people and all that stuff. So definitely worth a mention, and we'll keep an eye on House Bill 615 and see what happens with that. You guys see some of this across Lake Erie? Some water spouts today. We actually have a video. This is from our good friends up at Ashtabula, of this formation of water spouts. You guys see it in the distance there, yeah. A couple different ones. At one point, 5 of them were forming over Lake Erie. Crazy scene. The fun fact, when I was a kid, I used to be terrified of water spouts. I always wanted to chase one tornado, but I thought if I'm on land, I'm good. But if I'm in the water, I can't swim faster than a tornado. So I'm kind of screwed when it comes to that. Didn't bring my flippers. But the good news is no crazy damages, no stories about any boaters getting hurt. But today was one of those days. There was some memento or 2 that were spotted as well. But cool. It's a cool visual to see that go down. Other news, Amazon. Yeah, those drone deliveries, they're coming to Northeast Ohio. Isn't that exciting? Just when you thought, you couldn't get enough of the Amazon driver, turns out, now you don't have to worry about it anymore. They got these guys coming through. Oh my goodness. So much for me applying for a flex position in the evenings. That got taken a little show to begin with. Air drone delivery going to become a reality for online shoppers here in Northeast Ohio. The old adage, the word soon, was mentioned. News came this morning that Amazon announced their plans to expand Prime Air to more cities, including Chicago, Syracuse, Atlanta, and Boise. More communities to come later this year. That includes us here in Cleveland. So, yeah, get ready. It's coming. Don't freak out if you're buzzing. It's not a giant bee's nest. It's just a fucking Amazon Prime thing that's dropping off your package, dropping off your toothpaste. You forgot to get on your grocery run. Now you can't leave because you got to make dinner. There you go. There it's at. And finally, I wanted to give you guys this update. We actually have a video of this too. We talked about that plane that was landed at Acracan Airport the other day that was coming in a little rough. Here you go. We're just looking at the footage of it now. The pilot, I guess, had issues with the landing gear. That's why this did not land properly. But you see the front wheel, if you look close enough, not touching the ground. It couldn't come out. They landed on the back wheels, eventually slowed down enough to bring the nose down slowly. Great video captured by the airport there. And tell you what, 2 people on board, both able to walk away unscathed, no injuries. The best part, and they also said too in the story on Fox News that, hey, that the best part is you're able to use the plane again. Just got to fix the landing. So that's called a great landing, so to speak, when these things happen. But still, impressive to say the least. And again, happy no one was hurt. That could have went bad. Could have been a big explosion. Crews were ready, but luckily nothing came of it. It's that time. Gonna welcome in young Elijah Mooningham, young Chad Bryan. Well, not so young Chad Bryan, but still, he's here.
Hey, he's in his prime. He's in his prime.
I'm on prime time. I mean, that's something.
You're damn right you are. You know, guys, this hit a little close to home for me because I mentioned being in news for as long as I have. Our viral video of the night is something special. Yeah. I want you to sit back, relax, and just feel the anger. Feel the passion in this video.
I'm going to have to do that again. What's up, Trace?
I think you're in a...
I am. I'm in Amy's script, the Amy's Angels one. There was... the second thing didn't make sense, so I was just trying to fix that part. And
it's not even marked off. Like, we're still working.
I know, but I didn't have time because we have to do this, so I was still reading it. See, I mean, I can't wait for you to go through them all, and then I go through them, because then I'm already getting ready by then. But this time we had to do the PSAs, so... Finish what?
What I was trying to say.
Okay, because Sean just came in here and said something about marking off. Go ahead. I don't think you are. You're walking out really angry. Jeez, oh, Pete. Can I please finish what I'm going to say? What the fuck? Grow up.
Hands.
I'm so done with her antics, telling on me every 5 seconds. I'm done.
I know.
So good.
That's
and you know what she gave me? I have the Fauci clip. I have
On
this
the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And now, guys, I have this one.
Jeez, oh, Pete. Can I please finish what I'm going to say? What the fuck?
That's perfect. Hey, that's actually perfect for you, bro. That's like that's you could like actually eliminate some of the F-bombs just by like playing that because they already censored it for you.
So good. Like TMZ shared it. That's Fox 2 in Detroit for anyone who's wondering. If you want to go look it up, I'm sure she's going viral because she's on this show.
Yeah.
And,
hey, listen, I'm just shocked that didn't happen on QVC, to be honest with you.
Yeah. You know what? They have their own problems they got to deal with. Just ask AA about that. But still, this was awesome coming across this video. I have a couple videos in the stores, like waiting if I can't really find a viral video. But sometimes God delivers something so great that I had to present it to you guys, and we got that tonight. So
yeah, that's actually the words I had when we saw Chad in the elf costume. What the?
Jeez, oh, Pete.
Yeah.
Jeez, oh, Pete. Can I please finish what I'm going to say? What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Word for word. Word for word. I can understand what she was going through because I'm like, that's the
if
one
you
half
have
of
the news. If you have the news background, you know, like, okay, so the stories get double checked, whatever it is. And she's saying, like, I'm already going over all this. Why are you telling me what I already went over?
Yeah.
And the aide is like, what do you mean? There's disagreement. And she just walks away out of the studio. And she's like, the fuck, you going to finish what you're going to say?
I'm so impressed with the way she fit the Jizo Pete's in there between all the other stuff. I just like it was.
You can tell
seamless.
she's not from Detroit. You can tell she's not. Like just the verbiage is not.
She went from like harmless villain to like super villain. Like instantly. I mean,
I thought I was watching like Donna Reed, like Jizo Pete's, and then it went like straight to the F word. So that's
she's got to be watching Unfiltered. That's what I mean. That's obviously inspiration from you, Kyle. The what the boop. I mean, and I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, there it is.
I was gonna say, can you please put that on the screen?
AA, all I have to say about that
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And he's sticking to it. And he's sticking
AA,
to it.
man, I gotta give you a a 4 and a thumb for that.
Yo, he's
on
on one tonight. He's so mad at Deshaun Watson. It's almost like, the Browns paid him the money, so he was supposed to say no, right? Because he didn't love Cleveland. Like, because in your guys' situation, to play professional football, starting quarterback for an NFL team, you turned down 5 years and $230 million guaranteed from a team just because you don't really like the city, right?
I don't think anybody's mad at him for taking the money. I think it's what he's done with the time.
He's pissed. He's mad at him, and you can be mad about his play, sure, but don't be mad about him taking the contract and coming here in the first place. I mean, that's it's like, come on, what is he gonna do? He told Cleveland no, and they said, but wait, there's more, and they decided to throw all this shit at him. He's like, okay, I mean, I guess whatever.
The Browns,
these old Pete's, I'll sign the contract.
This is like signing. This is like trying to impress the hot girl, and you're like, come on, please, I'll take you to a movie, dinner. I'll literally take you out to Put in Bay for the weekend. When we come back, I'll buy you a new car. Will you love me? And she's like, I don't really like it here, but I enjoy what you're doing.
I don't really love you, but I mean, I love things.
Yeah, so that's what it is. It's going to be a lot. We got a lot to break down tonight, Kyle. We're definitely going to talk some Browns. Training camp, we have sound from Watson, Monken, Sanders, all this stuff. And, of course, we're going to talk some Cavs. They made some noise finally for the first time in a long time. So,
hey.
Chad, before I go, because I'm curious, I'm assuming you guys are probably going to lead with this. If not, then pardon my reach. But you think that James Harden's not coming back to Cleveland?
I don't know. It feels like it's like the LeBron thing. I've told you, every day that goes by makes me think that there's less and less of a chance. I just feel like he's kind of testing the waters to see where else he fits. I mean, it's not that he doesn't fit here. He fits on the roster. I just don't know that with them actively trying to get this young, right, with Peyton Watson, 23 years old, it feels like it just feels like James Harden's been kind of, I don't know. Is it ageism? Are the Cavs actively
participating in ageism? Strus is what, 28, 29? It wasn't like he was old. I mean,
not at all. It just feels like Harden's days here are just maybe over. I don't know. I mean, he could come back. I just don't. I feel like he fits maybe in Miami. I don't know. There are places where he could.
Said it at the beginning of the show. When James signs his contract with the Cavs, that's when you know they're done. So until then, he did this on purpose to give them time to make these kinds of moves so they could be under that second apron, so they had the flexibility to do so, because when they re-sign him, that's when they go back over. So this is strategic stuff, and the Strus contract wasn't terrible at the time. It wasn't that bad even now at this point. Sam Merrill's contract is great too. Yeah. But like signing Peyton Watson in the 4 years, $88 million for a guy who had half a good season his first 4 years in the league, it's like, are we sure this guy is the second coming of the small forward we all know and love and need? Like, I don't know. Like,
I think it's like just the body style and the athleticism and the. I mean, the shooting's been okay. I think if you get the defensive effort out of him, I mean, it's in the NBA today. It's worth the money. 4 years, $88 million isn't outlandish.
Hey, let's not forget.
Not anymore. It's a big deal. Chandler Parsons had like 4 of those contracts.
Timofey Mozgov made like $64 million in the offseason, or like 72. I think it was 64 though. I think I'm saying the
4 years, $64 million to go to LA for Mozgov. That lasted about 5 minutes and he was gone.
And the Cavs are not opposed to signing, guys off of one strong stretch of time. I understand it was a finals appearance, but they also paid Tristan Thompson and J.R. Smith based off of them saying, LeBron going, hey, you need to pay these guys or they're gonna leave. And did we overpay? Sure. And did we overpay maybe with Watson? Kyle, you're going to have to watch the show because I got some thoughts on where the Cavs may be headed and why and I've been saying this for weeks, why I don't believe James Harden's going to be a Cavalier. We talked, obviously, before you even got on Filter. We were texting about, and it makes sense with the bird rights. The Cavaliers have the capability to. I believe at this point, they're not going to. And I have some thoughts on why they're not going to. But I believe
better get a point guard. Better get a point guard.
I'm just sad that my favorite three-point shooting superhero is gone in this deal. Trey Man.
Trey Man.
Yeah.
Gone.
See you.
He's got to go save another city. He's got to go save another city
He's got to go save Washington from the Anthony Davis train.
From the lack of threes they have.
Speeding bullet.
Oh, yes. All right. Kyle Cornell, everybody, host of Unfiltered, 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. here, of course, on the InsideEdge Network. We're all together. One big happy family on the daily evening lineup now. Kyle, we'll see you tomorrow. A lot to talk about. And it's Thursday, so we'll see you then.
See you tomorrow,
all right, Kyle Cornell out of here for now. We'll see him tomorrow. Chad B. I got to tell you, I did something with the place.
Yeah. I mean, it looks nice.
Oh, I didn't switch it. Now I just switched
Look at that. I didn't know. It's very similar. I'm not going to say it's the same.
Yeah, because that would hurt my feelings.
It's very similar. But that's okay. Minimalist is okay. It's in.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah,
you know what time it is?
I do know what time it is. I think it's time for that station ID.
It's time for that station ID and Inside Edge Prime Time. Right after this.
There you go. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in to Inside Edge Primetime here, everybody, on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right, which means I'm Eli Moon. And we are back in the saddle on the saddle. Jason here for you. Another episode of Inside Edge Primetime. So excited you're with us. A lot to get into. My goodness, did the Cavs make our rundown a little bit more packed, and that's a good thing. We can't wait to talk about all of it with you. If you're here for the first time or have been here before, hello, welcome back. Hello, greetings, fellow Earthlings. Like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. 4 daily shows. You've already seen the Daily Spiral with Autumn Chisholm and Chad Bryant making his appearance for the week earlier tonight. And then, of course, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. So you got your entertainment, your pop culture. Of course, Autumn and Chad talked a little Cavs. We'll do that in a moment here. Yeah. And, of course, Kyle with Unfiltered, the news talk, the national, the local news, has some thoughts on a variety of things. We'll be with you until 11:30 p.m. And then our program director and bro, Double Anthony Alford, is going to take the handoff, the baton, from 11:30 to 1 with Midnight Run with Anthony Alford. 4 daily shows, Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m., 5 hours, 4 shows, 1 stream, and a lot of great weekly programs for you as well. Real Talk Pop Moon, Saturdays at 5. The main event, Rob, Double A, and myself. We are on Sunday nights, and of course, a lot of great stuff as well. Voice of the Land Thursdays, Illegal Formation Mondays, a lot of great stuff coming up for you. Stay tuned with everything Inside Edge Net on all the socials. Of course, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You can read about your favorite primetime host, Chad Bryant, and everybody does a great job here on the Inside Edge Network, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, where you can also go check out our partners. Cannot do without them. Of course, our titled sponsor, the Brothers Lounge on 11609 Detroit Avenue. A lot of great live music all week long. A really exciting rest of the week for the Brothers Lounge. They have patio action. You can go out there for happy hour on the patio. Chef Wynn will have the grill out. It was announced on their social media earlier today. You know, they're going to have the grill out. He's going to be making some really exciting meals for you. So go get something from Winning Bites there on the menu and check out the Brothers Lounge, 11609 Detroit Avenue on the border of Cleveland and Lakewood, the title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. And, of course, Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, W Energy, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, and Omega Video Marketing. Could not do without all of them. We appreciate them so much and appreciate you at home. So go grab something from the merch store, whether it's a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And near or far, here we are, right here on the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us with you. We got to start getting our reward points. We're excited for that. Excited to maybe go discoing. We've been talking about that. And wherever else we can go, just take us wherever you'd like. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. A lot to get into, Chad B. How are you feeling first off?
It's hectic. Today's crazy. A lot going on, right? Kids' first day of school. The Cavs finally woke up and did something. That was fun. It's fun to see that. I mean, they've made little moves here, but it's mostly just been like jettisoning people off the roster. So sad that my favorite 3-point shooting superhero is gone. Like I said, the transition there, but that's okay. That's okay. And all the minutes that he played for the Cavs, I think I'll find a way to get over it. But yeah, feeling pretty good, man. How are you doing today? Tonight?
I'm good, man. Yeah. I'm doing, tonight I'm doing great, man. I appreciate you asking. I've been able to kick it, Papa Moon's out and about, of course he's on Saturdays at 5 p.m. here on the network, but tonight he's out and about. He's a busy guy. He's out in the community, but he told me he's bringing back some late night dinner for me. I've already, ate today, but I'll get some late night dinner that maybe I'll snack on behind the scenes later on at Midnight Run. So keep an eye on all of that, but doing good.
As always, I got to ask you, is he bringing enough for everybody or no?
So I was hoping because it would be during Midnight Run and Double A would be focused, and I text you usually like near the end of the show. I'd be done with it by then. So I've revealed my sources. I've also revealed my plans, and
that's fair.
For that I am foolish. All right, let's get after it here. Seatown Rocks jumping in the conversation. Yeah. Hello, Seatown Rocks. Let's go. How about that trade, boys? Oh, we're gonna get right on into it. Yeah. And before we get into it, Seatown Rocks says we actually have a small forward that isn't undersized, that isn't named Dean Wade. Let's get into it, Chad B. For those wondering what happened, Shams Charania from ESPN, he announced that the Cavs trade for Peyton Watson from the Denver Nuggets, send Max Strus to the Clippers. They get a 2031 first, or sorry, they send a 2031 first and a 2032 second over to the Denver Nuggets. There was a whole lot more going on in this trade. It ended up becoming a 5-team trade, like you mentioned. Trey Mann, your 3-point shooting superhero, going to save another city already. And we get Cam Whitmore back. And I'm curious. I mean, we'll get into the real meat and potatoes here first, but I am curious about the Cam Whitmore aspect of things. I know both are kind of on proven with Mann and Whitmore. I'm going to dive into that in just a second. Let's start about the meat and potatoes, though. Peyton Watson, a guy that the Cavs have been linked to for quite some time, about 2-3 weeks now. It feels like maybe closer to a month, really, at this point. And it was either him or Jonathan Kuminga. It was never really an and/or thing. It was, you're going to get Peyton Watson or you're going to get Jonathan Kuminga, or you don't get either, and that could have been doomsday, and then you figure out really what's going on with James Harden. Now, the Cavs do get Peyton Watson. They land him from Denver, immediately ink him to a 4-year, $88 million extension, also reported by Shams of ESPN. So that was crazy, like a crazy turn of events. Not only did they trade for him, they said, we're going to lock him in long-term, and Watson, a younger guy. We have something here, Chad B. Maybe not, I'm going to slow down for a minute, because maybe not for this year. Mm-hmm. But maybe for the future. And that's what's something I can at least appreciate for the Cavaliers, and maybe that's an unpopular take, but I have understood. I have watched the Eastern Conference and the battles for free agent stars, trading for stars. I've seen Philadelphia get better. I've seen the Knicks withstand not losing a majority of their roster. I know they lost Mitchell Robinson. That was a big loss, but they were able to retain other guys on that championship roster. You've seen teams get better. Washington's going to be a little bit better. These teams are substantially increasing their ceiling, and I don't know, even with the Watson move, and I'm excited about it, but I'm more excited about it for the future since he's inked here now long-term and is young enough to impact the future than I am for 2026, 2027. Okay. I think the Cavs can still be a team that can get in some dogfights, and we'll see how this team gels, and maybe they surprise me and they get back to where they were this past postseason, and then maybe even further get back to the finals. But I've tempered my expectation a little bit. I'm going to root for them. I'm a Cavs fan, but I'm also a realist, and I believe there's a few things that the Cavs still are going to do when it comes to this roster. I think Jonathan Kuminga at this point is out as an option for the Cavaliers. I think they have decided, we're going to invest in Watson, the guy who, when Jokic went down last year for Denver, he kept them afloat, kept them around where they were playoff seeding-wise. Now, last year, 14.6 points per game, 4.9 rebounds per game, and 2.1 assists per game, shot 49.1% from the floor and 41.1% from three-point land. Yeah. And that is something, Chad B., and I'm handing it off to you here, but that is something that the Cavs have been lacking severely in the postseason, whether it was Sam Merrill at times, Ty Jerome 2 postseasons ago. I mean, you think of all these names that they come in and you're expecting these big three-point barrages, and most times they go cold. Watson, a guy that when the star of the team was down in Denver and Jokic, he stepped up, kept them afloat, and I do believe, he can really impact his team for years to come. And I'm excited just reading into him, for weeks now. 23 years old. He'll be 24 not too long. He'll be 24 in September. So by the season start, he'll be 24 years old. But I'm curious what the Cavs' mindset is. We talked a lot about Mitchell, Mobley. Who are they getting ready for? Then they sign, the extension for Mitchell. So you're like, okay, they're in a win now mode. this is like one of those moves, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but it feels like this is one of those moves that sure can benefit the right now, but he's on the same time track as Evan Mobley, who the Cavs have been very reluctant in trading in for anybody. Anybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I think this is like you look at the Cavs, and it's like you had a choice. You either retooled, right, and went back and tried to make another finals run, or you could tear the roster down and rebuild and try to do some things and do that. But this is different. This is like somewhere in the middle. This is building on, right? This is like you have the house, you have the foundation, everything's good, but you're building on like a 3-season room, right? You can go spend some time there and kind of wait to see how it develops and see like how your life develops in that room. And if it goes the right way, maybe you go ahead and I don't know, you put some insulation up and you make it a full-time room. I don't know. It's a terrible analogy, but I like the athleticism. I like the size. I like the fact that now, like I said, like 41% from the 3-point line. So now you have to respect him, right? You have to go out and you have to meet him out at the 3-point line. You can't just sag off of him and let him shoot, right? But then he's got the athleticism to get inside. He's kind of a slasher. He can get inside, he can take it to the rim on you and stop and pull up a jumper and knock those down to almost 50% from the floor. So I like the versatility. I like the defensive, just the prospect of what he brings to the defensive side of the ball, because that was the biggest thing in the playoffs, right? You would get these defensive runs from Dean Wade and Max Strus, but then, they weren't hitting shots for a lot of those, especially in that Knicks series, in that Eastern Conference Finals. They weren't knocking down the three. And just throughout the playoffs, that you could see them struggle at times. And then sometimes they would go on a little, like you said, a little 3-point barrage, and then it would kind of fade away again. I don't know if he's going to be that reliable going forward. I mean, the 41%, it's not necessarily an outlier. He's shot that well before. He's also had one really down year from the 3-point line. So maybe you don't know what you're going to get, but at 23, shortly, going to be 24. I guess it's time to ship him out of here. He doesn't fit with the youth movement anymore. But, at 24 years old when the season starts, whatever. I like the fact that they've extended their window a little bit now, right? We talked about that window starting to, not close, but it's what are we going to get? Is Donovan Mitchell ever going to push to the point where he's like the playoff superstar that can get you to the finals, right? Yeah. Will Evan Mobley ever develop to be a true, like, 1A, 1B, a second option, whatever? Is he just going to always be like a third guy, right? Can he be a 25-10 guy, or is he, a 15-8 guy or whatever? It doesn't sound like a huge difference, but that's a big difference, right? Yeah. Now I like the fact that Watson gives you a little bit more versatility, and I think he lets you do some things in the offense that, if they get creative with it, they could be very good. But I do agree that this is not a move for the future in the sense that they're rebuilding, but this is a move for, like you said, maybe 2 or 3 seasons down the line. You get the roster a little bit of time to gel and play together, and it might be a little bit of a learning process coming out in October. So don't be surprised if they don't get off to a super hot start. But at least, like I said, they've got that 3-and-D guy at small forward, the 6'8", the frame that we've been looking for years. Yes. We've been talking about Bradley Beal and everybody else. I think that the Cavs are, it took them a long time, but this was a pretty good move.
It was. And, Watson, I believe, is going to add a lot of length, like you mentioned, on the wing. Yeah. A strong defender, a guy that I believe can really come in handy in terms of playoff time when you need a stop or you need a timely 3 or you need a bucket. He can go out and get that. He had to step up. Injuries to stars in Denver. He had to step up. I believe he could do the same here in Cleveland. Now, Cam Whitmore, just adding on to that point as well, just about what the Cavaliers acquired in this ultimate 5-team trade. They ended up getting a guy that was the 20th overall pick in 2023. He spent time in Houston and Washington. 2 years in Houston, his last year in Washington. And he ended up averaging last year 9.2 points per game, 2.8 rebounds per game, and not an assist, close to an assist. But he shot 45.6% from the floor, 28.6 from 3, so nothing crazy. But he's very energetic, and I believe he's somebody that can add something to the second unit in terms of grit and energy. Sometimes we saw that drop off in energy when the second unit came in. You start mixing in some of the 6th, the 7th, the 8th guy on the roster, and kind of that drop off. I think Whitmore could really add some depth, and the Cavs need depth. They need guys that can actually play the wing position. I know Trey Mann, I know you just had to see him go, but
his cape fly out of here.
The last question, for the Cavaliers right now is who's going to play point guard. And Kyle brought that up. Who's going to play point guard? Because if you're looking at this roster right this current moment, you just sent off Max Strus, which, man, we appreciate Max Strus. He was a lot of fun to watch in that last postseason. Sure. Saved our behinds a few times, so more than a few times. So we appreciate Max Strus. Wish him well, obviously, with the Clippers. But I'm just thinking, if the Cavaliers trotted out a roster right now, you're probably looking at Donovan Mitchell as your starting point guard, your shooting guard. I mean, at this point, good luck. But you're probably looking at maybe Jalen Tyson or moving Peyton Watson up to the 2 and just getting a little bit longer there. And you're obviously going to play Mobley and Allen. There's your front court. So you make it a little bit long there, and that could be ideal, right? Like you have Watson and you have Tyson. 2 guys that are gritty, can play defense pretty well. Tyson started to come around offensively, was actually shooting the lights out of the ball all year from three-point land. So those are 2 guys you can count on in that starting lineup if they can continue to build on that, of course.
Yeah, basketball's changing, Eli, when you've got a guy who could legitimately be a rim protector inside at times when you need him to be playing the 2. Basketball's wild right now.
It's insane. Now, the thing to keep in mind with James Harden, and I'm going to be very to the point with this. We've got a lot to get into tonight. I'm going to be to the point when it comes to James Harden. Yeah. If the Cavs wanted to, they would have.
I think so.
I've said it for weeks. LeBron James, that was the big waiting point was, hey, when LeBron signs, we're going to sign a team-friendly deal to, it's going to work out. We're going to be okay. We're going to be good to go. Jaylen Brown went to a different team by then. LaMelo Ball went to a different team by then. Julius Randle was traded for essentially like the equivalent of table scraps in NBA terms. It was crazy. Yeah. But, I mean, a lot of guys have been moved, have gone different ways, signed with different teams. We've seen it. James Harden is still a free agent. And I said this for weeks. I've been given my probability meter. I think the last one I had was 55-45 that he's a Cavalier. After this Watson trade, I think it's about 15% that James Harden is a Cavalier this upcoming season, because if the Cavs wanted to, they would. But to Kyle's point, they have the bird rights. The Cavs can go over the second apron, go into that second apron to sign their own guy. So they are allowed to make that move. But if you're the Cavaliers, are you waiting on your end now? Everybody's been like, well, James Harden, they're waiting in their camp. But the Cavs could have been like, all right, let's just figure this out. We get, we'll sign Harden and Watson. Now I get you probably have to do the Watson one first because of the money. But you would probably figure that out, almost be like a subsequent move. Like I would have been like not shocked at all if this was in their cards to have a news break 30 minutes after. And James Harden is inked to stay with the Cavaliers on a 2-year, $60 million deal. That didn't happen. And if it doesn't happen tomorrow and it doesn't happen Friday, then what are we to believe? What are the Cavs waiting on? There's not many more moves you can make, to Kyle's point. So I believe James Harden is out there looking at different options, and the Cavaliers are like, go look at different options. If they can pay you more, best of luck. If we can help you out, facilitate to get you there, then maybe we get something out of it. But that's where I'm at with the Cavaliers and James Harden. I know that's the big question still. It leaves us with who's playing point guard. I truly think you're going to see more Donovan Mitchell at the point this year, and the Cavs are going to have to make some moves for a point guard. I don't believe James Harden is going to be a Cavalier, because if they wanted to, they already would have. He lands better in Miami or somewhere else that has the money to pay him and has a ton of playing time for him. A ton of playing time.
Do you think somewhere in his heart, I didn't mean to cut you off. Do you think somewhere in his heart, Donovan Mitchell maybe might be a little bit happier or more, not happier, maybe just more comfortable at the point? I know he's a scorer. No, but I like the idea of having a guy, because when we've seen him, when he's at his best in the playoffs, he's scoring as well as distributing a little bit, right? Maybe it's not all one way or the other, but I like the fact that maybe this gives him the opportunity to kind of mesh between the 2 roles. Kind of, if he can figure out a way to seamlessly do that, this offense might look pretty dangerous. But I don't know. He's got to lean into that and be willing to. I guess concede some things every once in a while, but I don't know. I don't mind it at the point guard, really. I don't know.
It's going to be interesting. And C-Town Rocks is in the comments and chiming in with us. We appreciate you. Come on, Eli, 15%. He's more than likely coming back. I got to be honest, C-Town Rocks. I got to be honest. If he was, and he still plans on it, well, the price just went up. Because Peyton Watson getting on average on 4-year, $88 million deal, $22 million per year. James Harden was slated to make $30 million on a 2-year contract. So he may come back. That's why there's 15%, C-Town. That's why the 15%'s there. But it's going to be a higher price than $60 million. We're probably looking at
I said almost 0 on the Daily Spiral, so don't feel bad. Don't feel bad.
Yeah. A 2-year, maybe 65, 75, 80, 85. It's going to be 85 is definitely a reach. But, you're looking at somewhere where he's going to probably at least ask for another 10 to 15 million more. And it's going to obviously increase his, average per year higher. I don't see it. I don't think this did any favors for the James Harden camp seeing, oh, well, you just inked into an extension too. And how much is being relayed?
Especially because we're talking about the next 2 to 3 years, right? Like Harden doesn't have that kind of time in his career, right? Like if he's going to get to a finals and win a championship, he's going to want to be on a team, on a roster that can do that in 2026, 27, not in a couple of years when he's, past 40. So
Right. And now you're looking at the depth of the Cavaliers as opposed to the depth of even the Miami Heat. The Cavs still got them beat a little bit in depth, but it's not much of a difference, really. I mean, we've lost quite a bit, and we swapped some guys out, but really our additions now: Peyton Watson, Cam Whitmore, and hey, don't forget about the King of Cleveland, according to some that have murals all around the city, Mario Hezonja. So I mean, all jokes, just jokes, people, jokes. But I mean, my goodness, I don't know how you make James Harden work on this roster money-wise and sell him on the idea of, look, we may win one this year, but we're also focused about the exciting future of Evan Mobley, of Malik Thomas, the draft pick for the Cavaliers this past draft.
Yeah.
You have these guys, Peyton Watson, Cam Whitmore. If Cam Whitmore comes in and is electric on the second unit, he's 23 years old. He's somebody that literally still fits in that timeline. 22, won't be 23 till next July. So this is going to be interesting. This is going to be very, very interesting. And the last thing, we have one more question coming in from C-Town, and then we're going to go to break here after we answer this, Chad. But has Dan Gilbert ever once balked at paying someone, though? Great point. But what I will say is, when it comes to the Cavaliers, how much are they letting Harden's camp know about the figures? And we're planning on signing Watson. Well, obviously, we don't know as much as Dan in the front office and Harden's camp. They're having those conversations, or maybe they aren't having those conversations about how much Watson's going to get and what the exact plans are. And plans, Double A, obviously our guy is going to be on after. He always says the card is subject to change. That's a pro wrestling thing, and I think card is subject to change because Peyton Watson was still being suited after, fielded by other teams. Other teams were looking into getting this guy. And the Cavs won. Yeah. The Cavs got him. So they did get a W this offseason. And, Chad, I think that's why things have changed. Now it's about preserving as much money as you can to get basically depth. You're going to, if you pay James Harden, who are you bringing in a point guard?
Yeah, well, I would say just my answer to this question, I would say no. Dan Gilbert's never balked at pay, but he's never balked at paying the right player, right? It's got to be a fit all around. And like I said, I just think with the Cavs noticeably going with a younger roster and maybe pushing out that window to where it's not this year, but it's next season and a couple of 2-3 seasons down the line. I just don't know that Harden fits with that mold anymore. And maybe that's his choice. Maybe that's the Cavs' choice. I don't know. Maybe it's mutual. But I feel like every day that goes by, I've told you, I keep saying it, just the percentages go down for James Harden coming back to this roster and this team. But we'll see.
Yeah, well, you're going to be real disappointed because on your way to your house right now is a James Harden jersey. It's been delayed about 3 months, but it's on the way to you, buddy. I got it for you. It was supposed to be for your birthday, but
I can still personalize it. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll work it. Yeah, that's right. All right, we're going to go to break here for just a moment. We appreciate you for tuning in. We're just getting started. Got another hour with you. When we come back, we're going to talk about those Cleveland Browns because you know what? My golly goodness, geez, oh Pete. What the? I mean, there's so much going on with the Cleveland Browns. With the quarterback discussion, Todd Monken in practices ending in fights, and so much going on in Berea. Chad and I are going to take a deep breath, and then you're going to do the same. You're going to grab your caffeine, and your dinner, whatever you need. And when we come back here on Inside Edge Primetime, we're going to discuss the Cleveland Browns and the roster. Can this roster overachieve despite the questions at quarterback? And what exactly is the plan at quarterback? We're still trying to figure it out after a messy day from Deshaun Watson at training camp. Shedeur shined. It was a good day for Shedeur Sanders. We'll talk about all of that when we come back here on Inside Edge Primetime. That's Chad Bryan to my right. You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime on the Inside Edge Network, and we're back right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks. They offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, you're right, everybody's right, which means, yeah, I'm Eli Moon. And we've been talking about the Cavaliers. They made a trade per ESPN's Shams Charania, getting Peyton Watson, Cam Whitmore, sending out Trey Mann, Max Strus, a first-rounder, sending out picks out to Denver and players out to L.A. and to Washington. And luckily, Chad and I, we made the cut. So we will be in Cleveland to begin the basketball season, it appears.
I was nervous.
Now, a lot to get into. Of course, we talked to Cavaliers. I'm trying. My blood pressure literally went up in the 3 minutes we were on break. My blood pressure went to the ceiling. Like, whoop, okay, let's breathe. The Browns. They have preseason week 2 against the Buffalo Bills.
I had a visceral thing. Yeah, my bad.
They are going to be in joint practice. They are in joint practice today all week. You see, folks, this is what happens when I talk about this freaking team, and I'm watching my mouth tonight because I know the Bryan household will watch this on replay, so I'm really trying to watch my mouth. But my goodness.
Yeah, I can't hear words like that, man. I can't.
When you think about how talented some of the guys on this roster are, from the rookies at receiver, Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion. When you think of, the promise at left tackle with Spencer Fano, the defensive guys that are just dogs, Jared Verse coming over here from the Rams in the Myles Garrett trade. You think of course, Carson Schwessinger, reigning defensive rookie of the year, looking to expand and become more of a leader on that defense for the Browns. At corner, they're a little tight, but you got, of course, longtime veteran, Ohioan, the man, in my opinion, on this Browns team, Denzel Ward. And then, of course, you have Tyson Campbell, who I believe will have a real strong year. Chad, there's so much to be excited about, yet we find ourselves in the same conundrum every single offseason in the training camp. And, a spoiler alert, I don't think we're going to stop talking about this by November. Is the Browns?
You don't think so? Weird. All right, that's fine.
It's the quarterbacks. It's those two things never have been smooth. It's like pouring oil into water. They separate. They don't blend. It doesn't become, what would be a word for water with an O, maybe? I mean, it doesn't become that.
Oil? I don't know what you were going to do there. I wasn't sure.
I was hoping for you to jump in there. Usually you're good with combining words. But
I turned my brain off. I said Browns, and I turned my brain right off. I can't. Yeah,
it's beyond frustrating, Chad B. We got a lot of sound to get to in just a moment, but I can't understand. I just can't understand. 5 years ago, if you were to have told me, Eli, your quarterback room is going to be worse off than it is right now, I would have been like, no chance, dude. We got Baker. We're going to figure it out. He's going to sit. The Browns are going to have to tell him he's got to sit. He's got to get the surgery, and, we're going to figure it out. We may just have to put somebody in. And then
worst thing that happens is he's going to hurt his non-throwing shoulder and be out for a while. No problem, right? No problem. And then here we are, 5 years later, almost 6 years later, talking about Deshaun Watson still. And at this point, we've all said, we don't care, Chad B. We don't care. But we got some sound on Deshaun Watson and his thoughts. I want to play this, and I'm going to hand it right back to you. As soon as we come back, I want your thoughts on this. I've had a lot already. Deshaun Watson was asked about the fan reception earlier at training camp today. How would he feel on Saturday in front of the home crowd? Hasn't played a game in damn near 2 years. Missed all of last season, was TikToking and dancing with his significant other, taking the Browns' money. And you know what Deshaun Watson had the answer to? Well, actually, I'll save it. You don't even have to guess. I'm not even going to have you guess because I don't want you to have to spend more energy trying to think about what he has to say. Here's Daryl Ryder with the clip from Browns training camp. Daryl Ryder of 92.3 The Fan. This is Deshaun Watson and how he feels about fans' reaction on Saturday.
Reaction, and have you thought about any type of reaction that you might get at the stadium on Saturday? Are you prepared for whatever might come?
I don't care. I don't care.
Okay. So 22 months. Right?
Yeah.
And it's been more than that, right? That's just 22 consecutive months. At no point, and I said this earlier, but I'm going to keep saying it because I think it's relevant and it stands to reason. Do you not think that the Browns, Jimmy Haslam, D. Haslam, for God's sake, D. Haslam, the only person maybe in that ownership group with any common sense, Andrew Berry, anyone, do you think anyone at all could have said, hey, let's talk about PR. Yeah. Let's talk about let's rebound from all the bad negative stuff, right? You're coming out of this fog, right? And it's bad, right? And here are some examples of things not to say. When asked about our fans, try not to say things like, I don't care. Okay.
That's a good start. That's a great
start. I feel like that's a really good start.
Do you have a background in PR? Did you?
Well, no, but I think I'm gonna do this. Here, I gave my here's the answer. Okay, hey, look, fans are entitled to react any way they want. I mean, whatever they're gonna say, right? They paid the admission to get into the game. They've been as frustrated as anybody in this organization over what's been going on in the last 22 months or more with me. I've put them through a lot. I put myself through a lot. A lot of it's self-inflicted. I want to get to week one. And I want to do just right now we're in training camp. We got preseason games to focus on. I'm going to try to I just want to be the best quarterback I can be for this franchise. I want to turn this thing around. I've got 1 year left to be the face of this franchise and win games on the field on Sundays. And that's what I'm focused on right now. The fans are going to say whatever they want, but I think we can negate all that by winning some football games.
Chad, that was so incredible. I got to give you a thumbs up for that one. That was incredible.
Hey, I got that doing thumbs up. I love it, man.
That was absolutely incredible, man. I mean, you might have a future in PR because, Chad, I just, when I think about all the money invested in this guy, and I get it. Okay, before anybody comes on, and I appreciate all of you for tuning in. And if you have a different opinion, that's okay. That's what we're here. We're here for dialogue and discussion here on the Inside Edge Network, where we talk about our pillars here, of course, sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, music, and community. Those are the pillars that, we build community here. And by, if you have a different opinion or you agree, whatever, share it in the comments. We'll throw it up on the screen. We'll discuss with you. But I know we didn't spend the money. Not me and you and I. We didn't say, hey, here's that money. Here's $230 million. But the Cleveland franchise that plays football here, the Cleveland Browns, invested that money. And that's the most frustrating thing, is because not only was it the money, because everybody sometimes gets caught up on the money. Oh, well, the $230 million. Yes, you could have signed some free agents. You lost an ability to retain some guys. I do believe it impacted some of the decisions they had to make when it came to Nick Chubb, it came to Kareem Hunt, these types of decisions, and they weren't able to retain some guys, and even other pieces that have been casualties. Martin Emerson, a strong corner most of his tenure here in Cleveland, gone to I believe, New Orleans, I believe. I believe Emerson's in New Orleans on a very small contract. I was stunned, but these are the casualties that happen. We focus on that. We also forget that there's multiple first-round picks that were also attached. It essentially restarted the Houston Texans rebuild, and they were rebuilt and in the playoffs before we even saw 10 games of Deshaun Watson. Like Will Anderson, a Houston Texan, could have maybe, potentially, just depending on how things fall, maybe could have been in Cleveland. You see some of these other guys, the ability they were able to go get their quarterback, C.J. Stroud. I know he has some questions. He doesn't have Deshaun Watson questions.
No.
He doesn't have this Browns quarterback room questions. It's so infuriating because this guy, when Deshaun Watson started here, I'm pretty sure, and I got a fact checked, but I think we were on the tail end of Jarvis Landry being in Cleveland. It was like the last, and in fact, check me for sure, Chad, but I'm almost positive Deshaun Watson interlapped for about a season with Jarvis Landry. And I believe, do you have it up here with me, or are we aligned?
No, I'm
okay. You keep looking. I got more for you. So, regardless if Jarvis Landry wasn't here, you still have guys like Amari Cooper, who now since has retired from the NFL. And I know he retired at a little bit of a younger age. I'll give a little grace. But when you find it, Chad, just interject whenever. But this guy, regardless, has played with Nick Chubb on this roster. He has had Myles Garrett on the defensive end of the football. Amari Cooper. He had David Njoku. Now he has Harold Fannin. Now, granted, he hasn't got to work with all these guys because he can't stay on the field. Whether it's when you first start here.
Sorry, Landry and Watson, they never played together for the record.
Okay. It just feels so long. You just never know sometimes.
I block it out. I block those years out. And listen, I'm not going to lie to you, Eli. I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. I lost a little bit of my Browns passion when Deshaun Watson became a person who was on this roster, right? For a lot of different reasons. Yeah, for the off the field stuff. I mean, it's I'm sorry, it's abhorrent. I mean, it's that kind of behavior. It's unbelievable, right? You're not going to find 26 people to make up these stories, or 27 or 25, whatever.
Right.
Don't fact check. It's only 24. Oh, much better. You're right. My bad. It's only 24. And you can agree with me. You can disagree with me. That's fine. I mean, that's, again, your opinion is your opinion. My opinion's mine. I lost a little bit of I was just like, I don't want to see this guy lead this franchise. And then they put him out on the field when he finally, 11 games he was suspended or whatever. Knowing that this player has made close to $250 million from this franchise over the last 5 to 6 years of hell. I'm not going to fault him for the Achilles thing. I get it. You rupture your Achilles, fine. You're not going to be able to play. Rupture it again. Okay, whatever. Were you doing the rehab? There were questions at the time. He obviously has worked to get back on the field. I'm not going to take that away from him. He did complete 11 of 15 passes in Saturday's game, for whatever that's worth. I don't think he threw a pass over 10 yards. So, again, if you're dumping off for, not that I could do it. I'm not throwing shade and saying, hey, listen, I could go out and complete. I couldn't, right? I couldn't do it. But I also am not making $230 million guaranteed, right?
Right.
You would think that if you gave someone that amount of money, you would expect at least 11 of 15 and beyond. To get my Buzz Lightyear on, but I don't really understand. I want this chapter to be done. And unfortunately, even next June, when the Browns are able to move on from this contract, it won't be done then because there's still the glaring hole of like you said, the draft picks that they lost. And I don't really like to play the what if game. Who could you have gotten in the draft if you had done whatever? You could go back and retool everyone's draft every single year, and you could make, some of the best teams of all time a little bit better if they had just picked this guy, right? You could do that. It's kind of I think that's a moot point, right? So I'm not going to get into that, but it's just the draft picks that you lost where you picked no one. Yeah, that hurts, right?
Yeah.
The money being gone, yeah, from a roster building standpoint, yeah, that hurts. That's gone. But it's just the lack of anything. And now when asked about the fans, who, listen, I get it. It's a game. It's a sport. You play it for your brothers. You got a 53-man roster by the time this thing's all whittled down, and you play for them, right? You play for the guy next to you. And that's commendable, right? But, I mean, you're also an entertainer at some point. 40, 50,000 people don't pack into these NFL stadiums all over the world now, by the way. Not just here, right? Everywhere. I mean, everywhere, conceivably. We've had NFL games everywhere, and they pack the stadium. You are an entertainer. You are there for the fans. You're putting on a show for the fans. And at the very least, I mean, my God, we've struggled with this quarterback room since last century.
I know
it's late, 1999. I know. But it doesn't matter. We for 26, 27, whatever, 800 seasons, 42 starting quarterbacks and very little production. Every once in a while you get a Pro Bowler and okay, I'm not talking about what happened last year. That's ridiculous. I mean like an actual all pro type of season, right? Every once in a while you get a playoff appearance and you might win one playoff game in 26 or 27 seasons. That's not going to cut it. And I feel like this franchise just keeps making the same mistakes going forward, and that's the frustrating part. It's like they did. It doesn't matter who the front office is, and it lends you to. People say, "Oh, the waterfront's cursed." Maybe it is. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. How this franchise can continually get these decisions wrong, but they have. And now, when asked about the fans, the lifeblood of the organization, this franchise, right? Like, the only thing the Browns really have right now is their fandom. I mean, the dog pound. The people that have been with this franchise, no matter what, through the move and through the comeback and the putrid play, 0-16, 3 and whatever, Hugh Jackson talking about trust me with Cody, all the stuff, man. I don't even have time to list it all. We only have an hour and a half of the show. But after all that, the face of the franchise, right, the leader, the starting quarterback for week 1, the guy that's going to lead you to the promised land goes, I don't care about the fans. I don't care what they say.
It's beyond frustrating, Chad B.
Yeah.
And I got to play something that frustrates me at least, and I'll see what your thoughts are a little bit more when it comes to this quarterback room. We're up against it. We got just a few minutes left in the segment, but we got to make time for this because Shedeur Sanders also spoke at training camp today. Now, that Deshaun Watson, the I don't care clip, it's been ringing throughout the network. We've been talking about it all throughout our chat all day, and if you've heard it earlier on tonight with the Daily Spiral, Double A, you've heard his promo for Midnight Run at 11:30. He's pissed. For lack of better words, he is not in a good mood. So it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough when it comes to the thoughts I'd imagine on Deshaun Watson. It's gonna be a rough assessment. He may not want to listen. Maybe his camp shouldn't listen because Double A is gonna let Deshaun Watson, I believe, know how he really feels about Deshaun Watson's tenure in Cleveland. I think it's about that time. And we've done it a few times, but it just feels like every 2 years we keep checking in. Oh, this guy's still here. It's a mess. Now, that last clip, again, the Deshaun Watson I don't care clip, courtesy of 92.3 The Fans, Daryl Ryder. This next clip is about Shedeur Sanders starting the second preseason game against the Buffalo Bills this upcoming Saturday. A big game for Shedeur Sanders. He's got to take this job from Deshaun Watson. He can really get an opportunity to start the entire seasons. So what does Shedeur Sanders think about, the pressure and the importance of the second preseason game and him starting against the Buffalo Bills? Take a listen here. Shedeur Sanders is courtesy of Ashley Holder.
I'll say every day of my life is important. Every day is important. I wouldn't say it's a day that's not important. So that's just another day going out there doing what I got to do, honestly. I don't really feel anxiety or any pressure, even going into things like that anymore because it's like that's how I approach everything. So, it's just another day of going to work. That's all it is for me.
And again, that clip courtesy of Channel 19's Ashley Holder, who we appreciate a ton here on the network because she grabs a lot of clips from the Browns. So check her out on Twitter and everything. Does a great job. But yeah, courtesy of Ashley Holder, Channel 19. And this right here, this statement is courtesy of one Eli Moon of the Inside Edge Network. Anybody is allowed to retweet it, whatever, because Shedeur Sanders doesn't want to win this job. Let's just be clear about it.
Okay.
The guy doesn't want to win the job because he feels no pressure. We've now heard him talk about it multiple times. The lackadaisical, no F's given type of attitude. And I love Shedeur. Let me be clear. I've been a Shedeur fan since he's been here last year when he was drafted. I rocked him at Colorado. This is the first time he's been really on his own in terms of not right under Deion Sanders in some capacity where he's able to kind of show him the next way. And since this training camp has gone on, there have been bright Shedeur Sanders training camp days, but you see the interception, the sailing over of the head to end the drive, and the ball just slipped. I made the right read. Like the lack of I should just say it's not always just saying the right thing. And we don't want the cookie cutter response and just say what the media wants to hear. But damn it, you have some responsibility to be like, that was on me. We're gonna go back and look at the film, see what I went wrong. But here's what I was looking, or explain what exactly the read was. If it was the right read, tell us what the right read was. And we don't need to know everything all the time. That some things are for the players and the coaches in that locker room. But damn it, if you're gonna sit there and say it was the right read and the ball just slipped, I want to know exactly what read you were seeing from your side of things. And now to come out and say, well, every game, is just, I just got to go and do my thing. What exactly is your thing, Mr. Shedeur Sanders? Is it the play we saw at times at the end of the year last year where we were excited and we felt promise? Was it the time where we felt like there's definitely some things to work on against Baltimore when he's thrown in there? What exactly, Shedeur Sanders, are we getting out of you? Do you want to win this job? Do you understand that you are playing against a guy who's fighting for his next contract or he's probably out of the league next year? There's a true absolute opportunity for Shedeur Sanders to get this job and put Deshaun Watson on the back burner, not only for the Browns, but possibly for the NFL, because the injuries and all the baggage, all that. People can say, well, the baggage, it was years ago. Baggage carries. Ask other guys that have been in the league or that aren't in the league anymore. So you have an opportunity, if you're Shedeur Sanders, to win this job, to go out there and go, guess what? You're giving me 17 games. You're giving me this starting job. But he just doesn't feel the fire to go do it. And that's what I'm frustrated about. Where is the fire to be like, yes, I do feel a little bit of competition against Deshaun Watson. Yes, I want to win this job. I want to be the representation of the Cleveland Browns franchise.
Yeah.
You're a 5th round draft pick. Now, semantics aside, because we talked about, I feel like it's so a little weird he was. But when people look at it, that is what is factual. He was a 5th round draft pick.
Yeah.
And he is getting an opportunity this preseason that he really didn't get last preseason. Mm-hmm. And you would think the guy that's like, okay, maybe I'm different. And I'm not a professional athlete, and I'm not Shedeur Sanders on that level. I'm never going to say I am or anywhere close to any of these guys. But mentality-wise, you got to be a dog. The Browns didn't give you a fair shake in preseason last year. You were 4th on the depth chart, 5th on the depth chart. You worked your way up, and now Deshaun Watson's healthy, and they say it's a quarterback battle, and Deshaun's getting the first start. Wait, aren't you hurt? Aren't you bothered? Like, I want a dog at quarterback, and that's why I don't believe they have an opportunity in this quarterback room to see the future. The future is in 2027. We hear the national analysts talk about this roster if they get a quarterback. Well, there's really no options. Free agency, there's no trades we can make. The draft's over. Like, this is what we are walking into. So I do believe the Browns roster will be a lot of fun, but we're going to be sitting there wanting to throw our heads against the wall because you're so frustrated of what they could be this year. And that's what's frustrating. 2027, I'm excited. If they get the right guy in the room, if the offense can at least grow a little bit under Monken, sure. Mm-hmm. But
we look at another 2 or 3 year build with a new quarterback. And I think that's why you have to have a clear idea of what Shedeur Sanders brings to the offense before the draft, right? Before you get to next April. I think you have to know. And I'm tired. I got tired of all the Kevin Stefanski coach speak. Well, that's a good question. We'll look at the film and we'll get to that and we'll blah, blah, blah. Whatever. That's fine. But I also, and I just, going back to the interception, I made the right read, just slipped, right? Yes. That bothered me, man. And I've been a Shedeur guy too. But you know what you say again, me with the PR stuff. I'm sorry. Yes, but you know what you said there? Hey, it's on me. It's on me. Okay. Because it doesn't, at the end of the day, we're now, saying I made the right read and the ball slipped. Now I want to fact check him. Now I want to see what he saw. I want to know if he made the right read, right? Like, give me the all 22 for the preseason game. It's not going to happen. But I would rather him come to the podium and say, you know what did I see? I saw me not execute. I mean, I saw me not. I sailed. You saw it, right? You saw the same thing I did. I threw a terrible ball. Doesn't matter what read I made. It doesn't matter because I didn't execute on the throw. You can make all the right reads, but if you can't make the throws, what does it matter, right? Ask Dylan Gabriel. I mean, Dylan Gabriel, he may see the field perfectly for all we know. Maybe not because he can't see over the offensive line, but he also cannot make the throws. Like, he cannot make the throw 10 yards downfield. We've seen him literally, and this isn't a euphemism. We've seen him literally bounce a 12-yard pass. That's not great, right? And maybe, okay, you hold on to the ball too long or whatever. You got the nerves, got the best. I don't want that guy at quarterback either. If the nerves are getting you and you don't have your grip, you don't have I don't want you at quarterback either. And if you don't care and you don't feel any pressure, I'm not sure I want you at quarterback either now.
How does Taylon Green feel? I mean, I'm joking, but like semi-joking at this point. Like, how does he feel? Does he want this job?
Does he have any fire? Does he have any passion? I don't care if he knows the offense. Just he's 6'6", 235 and runs a foot. Get him out there. I don't care. No, I don't do that.
And of course, we understand. Chad and I are realists, and we obviously understand. Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders is your starter going into the season. Yeah. Right now, it leans towards Deshaun Watson unless Shedeur goes out there and at least looks like he's feeling some pressure, and he applies the pressure himself to go have a great start and make this a discussion going into the next week, leading up to week 3 of the preseason, and maybe, just maybe, he gets the nod. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, the Browns are given I'll argue, maybe not the fair opportunity, because there have been some weird moments with his joint practice. If Deshaun got a lot of time with the ones last week, I believe Shedeur should have got more than Deshaun has. He should get more of a larger share of the pie than Deshaun has got this
and that's
year.
What we think from the outside
this week.
Todd Monken's not seeing that progress. If he's not seeing that effort, if he sees a guy who truly doesn't care and doesn't feel that anxiety, doesn't feel that pressure, and doesn't feel, I guess, in turn, that drive to go be the guy, to go not just be the starting quarterback, but to be the face of the franchise, to be the guy that turns the Browns around. Man, we've been searching, right? We've been looking for that. We've been looking for that attitude. I don't care. I don't really feel pressure. I can't imagine Baker Mayfield saying something like that.
It's
right. Like, come to the podium, like, it's whatever. I mean, I'm just out here and I'm blessed. Do you remember how mad I got at Donovan Mitchell for, first of all, wearing a Mets hat, same exact colors as the team that just knocked you out of the playoffs in an embarrassing fashion, and then saying, hey, it doesn't really matter because I've already won at life. I'll see you in 19 weeks. Like, that's what that's the vibe that Shedeur Sanders is giving me. I mean, Deshaun Watson's telling you he doesn't care. He's just saying it. Doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's not trying to hide it. He's not giving you, coach speak or whatever else, or all the whatever the cliches. Not cliche, but the cliches. And shout out to cliche.
Yes,
but no, he just is. I don't care. He told you I don't care.
I know.
He can't even hide it. He just doesn't care.
I know.
What is going on in this quarterback room, man? It makes me sick.
It makes me sick too, pal. You know what,
man?
You know what makes me sick is two things. One, we just went on a full tangent. We got our blood pressure spiked because the Browns still can't figure the same thing they haven't figured out since 1999, but it seems like it's almost in a worse spot than it was, like I said, even 5-10 years ago. It's crazy with all the lack of care, the no pressure, the baggage, the injury. I mean, it is a mess. And you know what's even more infuriating, Chad B, is we were going to talk about the Guardians. We made time for them. Of course, the Cavs made a trade, so the rundown got a little bit, more packed. And the Guardians completely are out of the rundown for tonight. We'll talk about them tomorrow. I love the Guardians. They lose 1-0 to the Giants. Right 1-0 loss to the Giants tonight.
Wasted an effort from Parker Messick, by the way.
10 strikeouts. I believe no walks for Messick. Gave 1 earned run, and that was the only run in the game. The Guardians fall 1-0. And Chad and I will talk about it tomorrow. We have 2 more days, of course, for the week. We'll definitely we'll have in that first. Keep an eye out for. We always like to throw a little tease out. Keep an eye the first few segments. One of the first 2 segments. We promise you tomorrow we'll talk some guards and see what exactly their future looks like for this season. And guys and girls, we've got to start thinking about eventually. It's a lockout. Eventually, there's going to be some talks, and the players aren't going to be happy. The owners aren't going to be happy. We're not going to be happy. We're going to figure out what's going on. But all that being said, Chad B and I, we're going to take a quick pause. We're going to collect ourselves. You go ahead and grab some dinner, caffeine, whatever you need at home. And when we come back, we're going to find out what Chad found. because going back in time, we're going to send them in the time machine during the break, way back in that time machine, find out what happened on this date in history on August 19th, because it is time for Way Back Wednesday when we return. That's Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network, and we're back right after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Hey guys, awesome show today on Unfiltered. Talked about a lot. The Cavs make their move. Peyton Watson now part of the Wine and Gold team. What does that mean? We talked about that. We also got into a bunch of different topics, everything from the Ohio BMV to another incident involving a toddler with a gun, just craziness. All that and more on Unfiltered from this past show. Tomorrow, more and more to get into, more fallout from the Cavs trade. Obviously going to talk about an update to the a murder in North Royalton of the city employee. We got more details about that and so much more. All that here on your source for news, talk, sports, and so much more. Unfiltered, 9 p.m. tomorrow right here on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you Thursday.
For over 4 years, Deshaun Watson has stolen money from the Cleveland Browns and from you, the fans. Stolen money. Not shown up, not do the things that he needed to do. It's not the fans' fault that $230 million was paid to this bum. And I wanted to give him all the benefit of the world. See it through. See the contract through. Boy, did I feel like a dummy. after today's comments, he is at the very top of the list of most hated athlete in Cleveland sports. He is at the very top. To be piss poor and then to go out and say, oh, I don't care about what the fans have to say. Screw you. Screw you. Can tell I'll see you tonight at 11:30. Unbelievable. This guy's a joke. This guy's an absolute joke. See you at 11:30.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant to my right, you're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We have talked a lot. The Cavs made a move. Peyton Watson, now a Cavalier. Cam Whitmore comes over here as well. On the way out, Trey Mann, Chad's favorite superhero, the three-point shooting. Oh my gosh. Superhero, and of course we talked the Browns as well. And dude, you know what? This is like the second most shocking thing to happen to us tonight. Like, because I kind of expect this now on Wednesdays. I'm still concerned, very concerned. I want to act like I'm, but the I don't care comments might actually defeat me seeing you in black and white, and because I can at least expect that. I know you're going to go into a time machine. I know you're going to come out a little fuzzy, and by the end of it, it takes a few minutes to wear off. I get that.
Yeah, I'm a little way back tonight. You'll see.
At least you care. At least you want to get in that time machine and deliver historical notes and facts. At least you care.
If I were over here stinking it up as bad as Deshaun Watson, and you asked me what I felt like if the fans were in the comments yelling at me, I wouldn't say I don't care. I'd say, hey, listen, I understand. The fans have paid their, well, they didn't pay, but they're in here, right? And they're allowed. They can have their opinion. And if I'm stinking it up, you can tell me. It's okay. You're not going to hurt my feelings because I'm going to try to come out and do better next time for you. I promise I will not let this be my legacy, right? Like, we're going to get this turned around and I'm going to spearhead it. We're going to do this thing, right? We're going to do it.
And that's one of the many reasons I rock with you,
man.
That is why you're my bro. You know what, Chad? Let's get into it. You know what time it is.
I do know what time it is. It's Wednesday. It's time for Way Back Wednesday. And I said I went way back. I've been doing some fine tuning of the time machine.
Yeah.
I think I have I've got the right kind of, all the ratios are good.
Okay.
Timing is working. It's running really, really smoothly. So I tried something tonight, and I'm a little dizzy. I feel a little weird. I went way back. I've never gone this far back. This is crazy. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
On this date, August 19th now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, ready?
I'm nervous, but yeah.
43 BC.
Wow.
Yeah, I went way, way back. You want to talk about not having color streaming back then? They didn't. That's why I come back a little fuzzy and black and white every time. But Octavian, later known as Augustus, because you can just do that in the Roman Empire, compels the Roman Senate to elect him consul. So Roman Emperor Augustus Caesar in 43 BC somehow compelled, probably maybe better on the mic than Deshaun Watson is, compelled the Roman Senate to elect him consul. And you see it there. He's got a chunk of his head missing. He has no eyes. It appears to have no arms. Maybe that's not actually him. I don't know. I'm still a little fuzzy from going back that far. But that happened on this date in 43 BC, Eli.
That's crazy. First off, a hell of a find by you. Secondly, this is just, I don't know about you, but we were talking history the other day. Of course, this whole segment is history. But like studying some of the ancient history, like Rome and just looking into like stuff like that is super cool to me. And I got a chance, I told you, to go to Kozai a few weeks ago on my birthday, actually, down in Columbus. And they had like a Greek, mythology and things like that, and just Greek stuff in there, and like mythical creatures and all that stuff. It was real cool to see, man. I enjoy it. Cheers to Octavian, I guess. I mean, hopefully he wasn't. I mean, I got to do more research on Octavian. Maybe not cheers. I don't know. Was he a good guy, a bad guy?
I honestly don't know. I tried to ask him a little bit when I was back there. I tried, what I said? I was like, well, how do you feel? I mean, you are a consul now of, you've compelled the Roman Senate on this day in 43 BC. I'm just reading, to you're now elected as consul. I said, how do you feel? And he just says, well, listen, he says this empire is not going to be built in a day. And I was so upset. I went all the way back to 43 BC and I got coach speak, Eli. I mean, come on. I've been hearing that for years. Come on. Dude.
Did you at least ask him how the quarterback room in Cleveland, like, you know, like what we should do? Like maybe get some advice?
Yeah, he said he didn't care.
Okay, can move on, Chad. Gosh,
fine.
Dang it.
Fine. Okay, now these next two go together, and you're going to see why eventually.
Okay.
1772. That's still way back, right? That felt pretty far back, but that's fast forwarding way. 1772. Hey, there we were for a second. Gustav III seizes control of the Swedish government in a coup d'etat and restores royal authority, ending the parliamentary dominance of the Age of Liberty.
Man, dude, it just
that's something.
It's definitely cool. I mean, like in terms of like that you were able to find this fact.
Yeah.
You know, the tricky thing. You know, we've talked about it so many times. We are both like peace guys. Like, you know,
we always talk about Sweden in the 1700s. Yeah, we
don't talk about Sweden in the 1700s. We talk about being guys, you know, that are for peace, you know, getting along. You know, obviously you're here on the Inside Edge Network. You know, we talk about community and building together, building community. And then, you know, and I know we have to report it. This is history. This is what happened on the date. But man, so much war all the time and people taking this and that. And I mean, my goodness. Now, granted, I mean, I got to read more into this. It's like he restores royal authority, ending the parliamentary dominance.
I wasn't able to get a gauge on whether or not that was a good thing. But here's the important thing. I just found the slides come into they end up in the time machine, and somebody goes, "Hey, here's where you are, and this is an important thing that happened." And I go, "Okay, that's fine." Okay. I usually don't ask a lot of questions. I tried to get to the bottom of Octavian's thoughts. He said he didn't care. Whatever, it's fine. We moved on.
Yes.
But this is why I grabbed this one, because in 1821. Same day, August 19th, 1821. Look what happened. There we are. The plot against, well, you see him there. I mean, Louis XVIII, it was foiled, right? A liberal conspiracy to overthrow King Louis fails after authorities uncovered the plot, thwarting an effort to end the restored Bourbon monarchy. Now, I can get down with that.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I think it's about. Yeah, if that's about barrels and what comes after, I can get down with that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Gustav and Louis, right? Gustav and Louis. Okay. Can I just bring something up? Can I show you something?
Yeah.
That's the same guy. 1770.
No.
Is he going way back? How did I find him twice on the same damn day back in history? That's the same guy. I don't care what you say. King Louis and King Gustav, that's the same guy.
I mean, they're damn similar. I mean, I can understand, you know,
or there was just one painter that was like, couldn't quite capture faces back then. I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah, it's going to give you a little bit of a longer head and you get more of a short chin. And
similar. Yeah, I mean.
And the thing is, that was 17. That's 50 years, right? That's 49 years.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot can happen, you know, and to think that in the first picture before the second picture on the right. So maybe he was going through it. Maybe he started with like a long face, and he was like, "Oh, I got so much life." And you see at the end, he's kind of like zapped there.
Why
and his
the
face
long
is shrunk.
face? Yeah, why the long face? Here's the thing. I talked to my wife. She watches Twilight. This is a Twilight situation. Like that's the same person at the same age. On top of that, I don't care about 50 some years later. That's the same person. I don't care.
Benjamin Button, right? Is that what it is? Benjamin Button.
Well, has anybody ever seen Gustav and Louis in the same room at the same time? Do we know that?
Yeah, and odd that they look similar and they both were kings.
That's weird, right? Let me ask a gut. No, he's not going to answer. Okay, it's fine.
Right.
We'll move on. Let's go to the 1900s, where my kids commonly like to make fun of me for living during.
Well, that's your century you were born in.
That's the century I was born in.
Me too, though. So.
Yeah, I mean, let's not do that. Anyway, 1917. This is interesting. This is crazy, actually. Sunday benefit baseball game at the Polo Grounds in New York results in John McGraw and Christy Matthews, the managers, were arrested for violating blue laws.
Okay.
Now you might wonder what that's all about. That was just basically about Sundays were we didn't work on Sundays back in the early 1900s. You shut everything down. Sports specifically were banned. Just a whole lot of things were banned in the blue laws. And the blue laws actually go back to I mean, this is maybe this is too much of a history lesson, but they go all the way back to colonial times. I mean, all the way back as far as Massachusetts in 1671, they enacted a law banning unnecessary work, travel, and sports and recreations on Sundays. So all the way back to the 1600s, back before Gustav and Louis were running around being the same guy, Massachusetts said, nope, don't do that stuff on Sundays. We don't do that here. And they went and played a game, and the police showed up and they said, "You're under arrest for violating the blue laws."
So my thing is, there was other guys and girls I'd imagine that were arrested probably as well. These are just probably the two most notable because
the managers, I think, were just like, they were like, "Hey, who's responsible here?" Right? Let me talk to your.
Okay.
I'm going to talk. So, yeah, they want to talk to your manager. They had the haircut, whatever, the Karen thing. They said, "I need to talk to your manager." And John McGraw and Christy Mathewson came out and said, "What do you need?" And they said, "Turn around, put your hands behind your back. You're violating the blue laws."
Man, I mean,
isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's a disappointment too for a benefit game too. Like, I don't know.
They were just trying to help some people. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness gracious.
Well, this next one's a little more uplifting.
Okay. All right.
1934, August 19th, 1934. This is such a cool story. Okay. The first All-American Soapbox Derby is held in Dayton, Ohio. Okay.
Yes.
And I want to try to paint the picture. First of all, the fella that you see there, let me find his name. Where are my notes? I had some notes.
Yeah, I understand. They probably got juggled throughout the time machine.
Yeah, they get a little mixed up sometimes. Where are we looking at here? His name is Robert Turner. Okay. He took home the National Soapbox Derby Trophy. He's the first ever winner. You know what he won?
What did he win?
First, let's talk about what he said after the race. They asked him, "How'd you manage to win?" Because this is the first time. Let me tell you the story about this. First of all, let me go back a little bit more. Let me pull back the curtain, as you say.
Okay.
Myron Scott was on. He was on a photo assignment for the Dayton Daily News. Worked for the Dayton Daily News in 1933. Myron Scott would actually go on to name the Corvette. Okay.
What?
He would name the Corvette.
Okay.
So he came upon some children just playing around with some cars that they had made, whatever, out of scrap pieces. They were rolling them down the hill, and he thought, "Well, this is interesting. What can we do with this?" So he approached the Chevrolet Motor Company, who, along with the Dayton Daily News, cooked up the idea of the American Soapbox Derby, the All-American Soapbox Derby. This guy right here, 11-year-old Robert Turner, wins it. And first of all, they were asked, he was asked about it. How'd you win? And he said, "Well," and I could just hear this in the 30s. "Some of them," it's the quote, "some of them had sweller cars, but I had the weight at the front end. That did the trick." Right? End quote.
Okay.
So, yeah, man, I'm super proud. Robert Turner, he won a 4-year scholarship to any college of his choosing, Eli.
That's sick. That's actually a sick prize. I'm not gonna lie. I was waiting for you to be like, "And he won a cool $100." I'm like, oh, I would be so mad.
He won a Band-Aid for scraping his elbow when his car came to pieces. No, I tried to dig through to find out what he did with that scholarship. I cannot find any public records that tell me where Robert Turner ended up going to school with that All-American Soapbox Derby scholarship. I do not know where he ended up going to school. So if anyone out there knows that, if you know where to find, that's going to be an earworm, a brainworm, whatever you want to say for not a brainworm. That's something different. But it's going to bug me if I don't know. I got to know where he went to school. Like, what did you do? If you win a 4-year scholarship for rolling a car down a hill, first of all, that's pretty cool. Congrats to him, right? That's awesome. But I also want to know what he did with it, right? Did he make the most of that opportunity? Did he, whatever? I want to know.
Right. And I got to add before we go to the next one, I believe Papa Moon was doing soapbox like derbies or something along the line, something like that. He was racing cars when he was younger, and he was setting these cars. I feel like I could tell it now because Papa Moon's, he won't get in trouble now because he's in his 50s.
That's your
I won't reveal his
limitations.
exact age.
Yeah.
I was like, do I reveal that he's in his 50s, or is he gonna hear me from like the other room and come out here and be like, "Are you serious? I've been watching the entire thing live." But no, he obviously like deconstructed and like reconstructed some of these cars, and it would run them up and down the road and whatnot. And there was a time, I guess, where Paz thought maybe racing, and then he's now on the InsideEdge Network. So look at that. So just crazy, to see like how these construction of these cars, even back in the 30s. And then, like I said, I've heard some of the stories of Papa Moon. Like, we took this door off and we put this door here. And then, we put the, this and that. I'm like, man, no, dude, I would have been the guy watching on the side eating popcorn.
Yeah. Well, he would have done swell if he just would have put the weight in front. All you had to do.
Yes. I'll let him know. know.
Tell him how to do that. Okay. So we're going to move on. I'll tell you what, I'm going to skip one here. Well, no, we're going to go over it quickly. This is fine.
Okay.
There we are. Baseball umpire 1941, August 19th. Jocko Conlon, right? Jocko. He ejected Pirates manager Frankie Frisch for coming onto the field holding an umbrella to try to get a rain out. I guess Frankie was like, "Hey, man, it's raining. Look how, I can't even come out here and talk to you without this umbrella." And Jocko said, "I've had enough of you. Go to the clubhouse. This is ridiculous." 24 years ago, I could have had you arrested for this. You're violating blue laws, and now you got the umbrella. This is ridiculous, man. I can't imagine. Now you get kicked. Now you get run out of here for just talking about balls and strikes. So I can't imagine if we had I just picture Bobby Valentine coming out with the glasses and the mustache and an umbrella or something. That's ridiculous.
Just crazy. And this is like an all names. This is like an all names team too. And I hope the PA announcer for the Pittsburgh Pirates, is announcing the players. He's like, and your manager, he's not super fresh. He's Frankie Frisch.
That's right. I love it, man. It's not Trey Man, but it's fine. It's a good. It's fine. Yeah. The Frankie Fish. Oh, not fish. Well, that's an item on the big boy menu or something. You get the Frankie Fish on Fridays.
The Frankie Frisch.
Yeah, the Frankie Fish, because you
Frisch,
got the
Frisch fillet.
I love it, man. The Frisch sticks. All right, let's move on.
Yes.
Let's move on. Let's go to 1955. This is not a good. This is the bad one.
Oh, okay. No, okay.
Sorry, it's the bad one. 19 Hurricane. Wow, words are tough. Hurricane Diane, that was its name. Killed 200 people, unfortunately. And the reason that I grabbed this one, it caught my eye. It becomes the first $1 billion damage storm in the northeastern United States. And from 1955 to now, that equates to about $25 billion, Eli.
Holy smokes, man.
That is astounding. I mean, that amount of damage that's unfathomable to me. That's $25 billion is crazy.
Super sad, man. This stuff breaks my heart, man. No matter where you see it, obviously here in the States and around the world, it just stuff, natural disasters and these storms and everything. It just breaks my heart, man. It's and like you said, the impact, like 25 billion, you had said 25
billion is what that equates to in today's money.
That's, these lives devastate. Sad.
Yeah, and that's it brings about change, and from 1955 to now, obviously we've come so much further in technology. The National Weather Service, right? Storm spotters. You've got people all over the place. We can send drones up into the middle of tornadoes now. We can do that. Things like that help people that we're trying to understand the science of these things, give people advance warning, and get them out of town or whatever. At least get them to safety, get them to cover, get them to somewhere that's not where they're just a sitting duck essentially. So. You want to see those numbers go down, but 200 people, unfortunately, but $25 billion in today's money. That's crazy.
Crazy.
A little better news in 1979. This is actually the year I was born. 1979. You believe that?
Okay.
Yeah,
Here we go.
There we are. In 1979, on this day, I was just a young buck. I was just getting ready to turn 2 months old, Eli, when the Knack released My Sharona. Right? It didn't say it's released. I'm sorry. This is the day it hit number 1. I'm sorry. And it stayed at the top for 6 weeks, right? Kind of a silly song, kind of a fun, different song.
Yes.
What if I told you it was based on a real person?
Wow. There's Sharona. It's not my Sharona.
That's not your Sharona. He's not my Vetus. He's not your Vetus. He's our Vetus. Sharona April. She's a real estate agent in California. I was amazed that she leans into the whole My Sharona thing and being involved and how she became the inspiration of the song. She dated one of the band members. They were close for a little bit. They eventually ended up marrying other people, but he said, "Hey, listen, you're my soulmate." She went to a band practice to watch, and she was like, sitting there, and they're like, do we do it? Should we play it? And she's like, what's going on? And they played My Sharona, right? So she's driving back. She was on her lunch break from work. She's driving back to work and trying to process the fact that she just heard this song that was written clearly about her. There's no euphemism here. Her name was Sharona. The song is My Sharona. It's written about her. And I just thought that was really cool. I did not know until today that song was written about an actual person. And I just think that's really cool, man. I think that's a cool story.
It is cool. And I'll be honest with you, Chad B. To be honest, now there are some cases where we kind of artists, I guess I'm speaking on behalf of artists near and far. Sometimes, you kind of get, in your you create a reality with telling a story, and it may not necessarily involve you. And that's second person, first person, third person telling of a story. But a lot of times, at least the artists I work with here in Cleveland and out of state, and people I've been seeing make their way, a lot of it nowadays is really about what you went through. And I think that's been the case. But to your point, back in the 70s, there were so many love songs going around. You couldn't be in love with 25, 30 people. You could, but that'd be a problem. So I just think...
Yeah, you have to go out west to do that. That's not really acceptable here.
Yeah. But oh my goodness. But, nowadays, it wouldn't shock me if somebody was like, hey, that was about, somebody I really was in love with, or this or that, or I broke up with. Because people, I think, kind of just have this, whatever. We're in the social media world now where it's we're to use Kyle's show title, we're unfiltered. We're just gonna say how we feel. But back in the 70s, not to do that to you. Okay, you were the last year in the 70s. It's okay. But, you kind of had sometimes where you were telling more of a story. Creating like a vibe as opposed to like really, at least to me at least. And now there's some differences with certain bands and certain groups, certain artists. But a lot of times, think about it. I mean, you can't have 10, 15 love songs about 10, 15 different. I mean, maybe not me, I guess, at least. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that's polygamy. That's what that's called. But yeah, you can't do that. But yeah, I think that it's crazy. You think like you said, today music is pretty unfiltered. There's no doubt about what's going on. And this was like a probably a welcome change from all the whatever. You get a lot of euphemisms and colorful, use of just whatever in music, and they just put it out there. Like I said, this is a song about this woman. I'm in love with her. That's it. Yeah. I think it's really cool that she like leans into it and then supposedly, apparently according to a couple of interviews, she enjoys speaking about it. I think that's really cool.
I think it is cool. My last point, I know we got possibly somewhere. I don't know what else you
just
found,
one more. Yeah, just one last.
Well, the last thing I'll say on this is what was real cool. Obviously, there was love songs in the 50s and 60s. I get that. But I feel like the 70s and 80s is where that stuff really started to ramp up to where we see it even today, the evolution of love songs. So this is real cool, too, this factoid.
Absolutely. And then I went to another one of my favorite years for no particular reason.
Okay.
1995, Eli.
Oh.
I'm sorry. It had to be done. There I am.
Come on.
I'm sorry, but it's not about that. It's Mike Tyson. He returns to the ring after serving 3 years in prison, and it's when he fought Peter McNeely. And there was a moment, first of all, in Peter McNeely's press conference where he said something boneheaded. I don't remember. He tried to make a rhyme or something. I don't remember what he did. He had like a nursery rhyme or something that he wrote. I can't remember. Anyway, it was ridiculous. And I was like, oh, my, this guy's going to get crushed. And then they were in the ring, right? Peter McNeely is standing across from Mike Tyson. And McNeely is like a ball of nervous energy. You could probably see me. He's, he's rocking back and forth. And Mike Tyson was just, I wish I could show you the video. I wish we could. This is the kind of thing we can play on the show. Yep. He's standing still, right? And his eyes are locked on Peter McNeely's eyes. And his eyes are just going back and forth. And I remember watching the fight, and I was like, Mike Tyson is going to kill him. I mean, he's going to
unalive him. He's going to unalive
him. I'm sorry. He's going to knock him out splendidly in the ring during a sanctioned boxing match where everyone knows that they're in a competition. I'm sorry. Social media friendly. I'm sorry. And then Mike Tyson beat him basically by disqualification. Peter McNeely's his corner through the ring or through the towel, whatever. They threw the ring. They threw the whole ring.
Said, we don't want none of you.
We don't want our guy anywhere near this thing. 89 seconds it took not even into the second round, and Peter McNeely was confused about where he was. Which honestly, if you watch the press conference, Peter McNeely may have been confused about where he was before this fight. But he for sure was extremely confused after the fight. I'll bring us back. But that was one of the coolest moments to me. I was like, that intense focus is just like, I can clearly see who's going to win this fight. I don't care what kind of shape he's in. I don't care what kind of training he's been doing. Mike Tyson's winning this fight, and he did.
Yes. And my last point of the night, we got Double A waiting on standby here. My last point is, I wish you were more engulfed in pro wrestling. That is one of my missions. And I'm not even watching as heavily. I get my Side Hustle Wrestling podcast on. That's what I get updated here on the Inside Edge Network. And then, of course, I watch my highlights. But me and you, we're gonna focus. We're gonna set ourselves a goal to start watching some more weekly television on wrestling, because Brock Lesnar literally used a freaking like forklift or something and lifted the entire ring. Talking about throwing the entire ring, he lifted it with Roman Reigns in it. Think about that. Think about that.
If you add an extra day to the week, give me another 24 hours, and I will try to use that day to watch my TV. I don't know when I'm going to find the time. I do want to learn. I want to be a good student. I'm trying, man.
We'll video call, and I'll just stream it on my TV, and you can watch while you're.
But that's way back Wednesday. That's what happened on August 19th throughout the history, even all the way back. Like I said, 43 BC. I went back to tonight. That was weird.
Sure was, and you did a great job as always, and we appreciate you for doing the heavy lifting there. That's way back Wednesday, and that's been Inside Edge Primetime for this Wednesday here. We ran about a minute or two over, but that's going to do it for Chad Ryan. To my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. Man, we had a lot of fun. Sometimes we got a little heated tonight. It's okay, and we're going to switch studios. Double A may pop up. He didn't, and we're going to keep him. We're going to keep him just on standby for a moment because he's a little frustrated. I don't know. You guys obviously been seeing the promo all night long. Yeah. You kind of have an idea of what he may possibly be talking about tonight. So we're going to get out of here. I'm going to disappear behind the scenes. I have some food. Papa Moon brought me that late night dinner. I'm going to eat that. And
thanks for reminding me of that. Yep.
Yeah. Damn, I didn't mean to. All right. And Chad is out of here till tomorrow. But, of course, this is Inside Edge Primetime, Inside Edge Network. Chad B and I back at 10 p.m. tomorrow. But station identification. And my goodness, it's time. Midnight Run with Anthony Alford.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. Great to have you along. My name's AA Anthony Alford. Welcome aboard. And again, we're live every single weeknight here on the Inside Edge Network at Inside Edge Net across our social media platforms. Our live streams are always on Twitter and YouTube. And you can see our show clips on all of our platforms. You see they're listed there at the bottom of your screen: YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. We're online at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And you can search for us on the Roku app. There it is. The Roku app, or just go to Roku and find us. Just search Inside Edge Network. All right. You're going to hear from Eli from time to time here. He's my producer here on Midnight Run. You just heard him and Chad Bryan on Inside Edge Primetime. We're not going to waste any time. Deshaun Watson. I've been trying to figure out the right words to say that will not get this entire network thrown off the air. And maybe thankfully I'm the last show. I've had hours and time to think about a short a short response that has summed up not only 5 years of frustration with him in a Cleveland Browns uniform, where me as an idiot, I've given him all the benefit of that. I'm like, see it through. Slap me. Talking about see it through. Let me say this before we play the clip. Let me say this. As I'm listening and thinking about and listening to what Deshaun had to say earlier about what he anticipates the fan response to be and how he says he doesn't care. What happened to the premise of these athletes, these teams, these owners, us? We work for the fans. What happened to that? Oh, we just don't care about their money. We don't care, cost of living. Everything is up, yet people are still spending their hard-earned money. Gas prices are up. People are spending their hard-earned money to see your bum-ass play. And all of a sudden, you don't care about the fan response? If you didn't hear the clip, we'll play it for you right now. This is courtesy of Daryl Ryder at 92.3 The Fan.
Reaction, and have you thought about any type of reaction that you might get at the stadium on Saturday? Are you prepared for whatever might come?
I don't care. I don't care.
So if you didn't hear the question, Mary Kay Cabot essentially asked, okay, on Saturday, it's going to be the first time you're expected to hear from the home fans in 2 years since the injury. Obviously, he didn't play at all last season. And what will things be like if you don't get a positive response? And your franchise quarterback, who at one time was the highest paid player in the NFL, who you gave up everything for. He said in 3 words, I don't care. He said to you, the fans, he don't give a rat's you know what about you. About you. Doesn't matter if you grew up as a Browns fan. Doesn't matter if you became a Browns fan. Doesn't matter if your mom and daddy were Browns fans. Doesn't matter if your brothers and cousins and friends were Browns fans. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. And all due respect to everyone who has mentioned PR, and on the surface level, everyone's right. PR-wise, he should have said something differently. But dang, I appreciate. Thank you for telling us how you really feel. Thank you. And good luck to the Cleveland Browns. Good luck to Todd Monken. Good luck to this entire organization to try to hide him until week 3 of the regular season. Because don't be surprised, he's scheduled to play in the 3rd quarter of this Saturday's preseason game. Don't be surprised. Oh, they worked very hard at joint practices on Thursday and Friday. Oh, geez, we need to see a little bit more of Dylan Gabriel, so Deshaun's not going to play in the 2nd game. You can't hide your $230 million investment. You can't hide him. He is the most unlikable athlete in the history of Cleveland sports. His play doesn't justify his contract. His actions, whether alleged or not, doesn't justify his worth here or anywhere. I'm not upset that he took the money and he took the contract that was offered. I'm not upset about that. I'm upset that he sucks. And I'm upset that he doesn't care about what you think about the fact that he sucks on and off the field. I'm upset that we're sitting here trying to come up with freaking reasons why to protect him. Let's have a conservative game plan. Let's roll out. Oh, we're going to run the ball the first 3 plays so he doesn't get tested. Oh, let's do this. Oh, for your franchise quarterback to answer a question like that, and then every single time it's turned on the fans. Oh, how come you don't support him? Are we effing serious right now? And here I am on these airwaves, on my show, looking like a dummy because I've sat here for the last week saying, you know what? I know he has major red flags on the field, but let's see the contract through because that's what's best for business. We're not even defending a B-plus player. We're defending somebody who's being paid like a Hall of Famer, but may not even be good enough to be 3rd string on most NFL teams. This is a joke. This is a joke. And none of them care. None of them care. Because I guarantee you, again, this all gets thrown back on our face. And then for whatever reason, we still sit down, open our wallets, and, oh, come on, DW4, let's make a play. Let's find the open receiver for once and throw the ball down the effing field and be efficient. Jimmy Haslam has to make a call. We've talked about this all throughout the year. These guys, I'm not discrediting Todd Monken's coaching abilities. I like what I've seen from Todd Monken. I like what I've heard from Todd Monken. And Todd Monken, to this point, we talked yesterday on the show. Do you trust Todd Monken? I do. And he's running a camp where he is serving, I believe, he has a plan, but he's serving all parties. It's the Haslams that have to make the choice. Do you really? Okay. Tell me what's going to happen on Saturday when his punk ass go out on the field in the third quarter. Oh, there's just going to be a rousing applause. Oh, we're so glad to see you back. We're so happy to see you back. After he's just, I don't care about what the fans say. Not even to care to give a PR answer in the first place. Not even to care. Sometimes in life, you have to do whatever it takes to fight through whatever you're battling. And if you have respect for what you're battling for, what you're fighting for, you're going to put up with a few things. But a guy who's getting paid $230 million doesn't even have the decency to give a rat's you know what publicly about the fans. So what does he think about you guys privately? What does he think about me privately? What does he think about all the Browns fans in Cleveland, the city of Cleveland privately? What are they saying behind closed doors? You always say, whatever you're saying publicly, man, you can amplify it behind closed doors, can you? So he says he doesn't care. My interpretation behind closed doors, he really is saying to you, the fans, to me. To which, by the way, he's full of it anyway, because, again, an entire PR team was scoring through social media, talking, oh, we got to protect this image, we got to protect this, we got to protect that. So we're going to block people just for the heck of it, myself included. Even I've never said a word to this man. That's a story for another day. I've never held that against him or his team, but I found it very petty that in year one, when I said nothing about him, I pull up his name because I needed, footage for my previous job. Oh, you're blocked. Okay. So now you're lying too. Now you're just shielding from your own truth and your own feelings. And you got people in that organization. They got to protect their used up, beat up, tireless Tesla. They got to sit here and protect it. Let me ask you this. After those comments today, and after his play that we have seen, what team would sign him? Who would sign him? $230 million of stolen money. At least, damn, have some respect for the fans. The people that's actually going to watch your games, buying your jerseys, paying merchandise, paying for concessions. Whether it's 90-something degrees in early September or it's 10 degrees in the middle of December. What happened to showing even a lick of decency for the fans? And I'm sure somebody right now is watching the stream and they're saying right now, well, this is why, because you guys, the media, you're attacking this man is doing that. We're doing our job. This is professional football, ladies and gentlemen. We're all Browns fans. This is our job. If you win, we praise you. If you lose, all right, we got to figure out ways to get better. If it becomes a trend, we point it out. If this is just what it is, you just suck. When we come back from break, we're going to play a clip from Deshaun talking about how he could block out the noise. You ain't blocking out this noise. You not blocking this out. By the way, Shedeur Sanders, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're seeing this, right? The job is there for you, and you're I don't know. Everybody's getting it tonight. Everybody's getting it tonight. We'll be back.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks. They offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Dude, I'm still effing living. I had to stand up. This is, I was talking with Eli during the commercial break, and he asked me, I'm like, is this months upon months of built up frustration that you probably had stored, in down the pit of your stomach? And I told him, no. I said, this is years of frustration. This is generations of frustration. This is how come, honestly, this is how come my football team couldn't figure it out before my father passed away. That's the kind of frustration this is. How come this team is inept? You have families who pay hard-earned money to support this team and support these players every single Sunday, Monday, and Thursday. Here we go, Brownies. Here, woo. Every single time. And this punk ass comes on the air and Deshaun Watson says, I don't care about the fan. Let's play it again, with the courtesy of the fan. Let's play that again.
Reaction, and have you thought about any type of reaction that you might get at the stadium on Saturday? Are you prepared for whatever might come?
I don't care. I don't care.
With a freaking smile on his face. We talk about mental health on our network as one of the pillars. How about the mental health of us as fans for putting up with this garbage? And we're the Northeast Ohio. We created the freaking game, and we're the one area in this country that is inept to figure this out. How dare you, Deshaun Watson? How dare you, Jimmy Haslam? How dare you? What a joke. Watson also had this to say in terms of blocking out the noise. Ashley Holder with this cut here, Eli? Yes, okay. From 19 News. Let's take a look.
I think the biggest thing that I'm proud of is just my mental. I think just being able to block out the noise, just being able to just keep smiling through everything, and being able to control my own narrative regardless. So I think that's the biggest thing, is just my mentality, keeping it at peace, keeping it fresh, so I can be able to, be in front of you guys and talk to you this day and still be in a quarterback battle. So I think that's a blessing for myself, and I think that's why I'm proud.
Good for him. Good for him. On this, we never, it's a slippery slope. We always talk about performance. We never go after any athlete whatsoever on a personal level, because that's their business. And we're not going to cross that line. We don't do that here, and none of us do that. We don't cross the line, right? And I'm not going to here, even though there's no even though. We're not going to do that here. But again, when there's a certain level of ignorance, when there's a certain level of, I'm embarrassed. I am absolutely freaking embarrassed to be a Browns fan. And Cavalier fans, later in the show, you have a good Watson coming to town. We're going to talk about that coming up a little bit next hour. I am so effing embarrassed to be a Browns fan. These 4 to now 5 years of the Deshaun Watson era is worse than 0-16. It's worse than the Hugh Jackson. It's worse than any of that. This is the absolute. I've been here 34 years. 34 years on this earth. I can't give you an accurate description of what happened in the 70s, things like that. And honestly, even in the expansion years, like the early expansion years, 99 and 2001, I was a young 7, 8, 9 years old child. So I was worried about other things like playing outside and enjoying recess. But I can undoubtedly tell you this era right here is by far the worst era of Browns football I have ever experienced. Because this is different. This is not a situation where your team is just not good enough to play. They're not. You have the most unlikable guy I have ever seen in sports. Ever seen in sports. And he walks on in here like we should bow down and kiss his effing feet. What a joke. What a joke. There is no noise to be blocking out. Because the way the fans are going to rain down on your parade, because you can't hide forever. Don't come at the excuse. You might as well get this out of the way in the preseason this Saturday. Don't come, and we better not hear on tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, we're going to sit all the ones and Deshaun's not going to play. No. You better get this in right now, because at least this preseason, you better get this in. I swear, if you wait until Carolina in week 3, you wait for that late opener in week 3, a week after you're probably going to be beat by Baker Mayfield against Tampa, and you're going to come home, you're going to think things are going to be fine in week 3. You got another thing coming, Cleveland Browns. Got another thing coming. Those type of comments, it won't happen. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. Those are the type of comments where, honestly, you just cut bait. You just, hey, we're going to sit you for the rest of the year. We're going to have you away from the team. We're going to we'll figure out Shador. We'll figure out what's going on there. We might bring in a free agent or something. And you call it, we're done with this. We're done with this. And this fear of, well, what if he could pull this off with another team? Let him. I have a better luck of hitting the lotto than him becoming an elite tier 1, tier 2, or even tier 3 quarterback with another franchise, another organization. Because this relationship, all of this, it's done. And I was a fool because I sat here on these airwaves. I sat here on Main Event. I sat here and I said, hey, maybe he could win some games, and then, I don't know, you can have discussions about his future. Or on this show, this is Midnight Run is my baby. This is my show, my baby. Me and Eli, we do this. And we sat here on this show. I sat here on this show. Maybe Deshaun can figure this out. There are red flags, but maybe this conservative rollout, they can figure it out. He's old. He's slow. He hasn't learned a thing, and he doesn't respect you. He doesn't respect you. Not once did he apologize for stealing the Browns' money. Not once did he apologize to you, the fans, for letting you down. And Jimmy Haslam owes this city I don't want no empty-handed apology either. I don't want no, oh, well, we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna get this right. You've said that now for 13 years. And it's the Brown. Listen, we're in the content-driven business, content creation business. We're going to talk Browns. And if there is a world, anywhere, somewhere, where maybe Deshaun does prove us all wrong and he actually rocks the house, fine. I don't want it. I'm beaten up. I got Mina Kimes saying we're a quarterback away. We have been a quarterback away since 1964. We haven't won a division title in almost 40 years. We've been a quarterback away. Sorry, Jimmy, you made a bad investment. Dump the Tesla now. It's destroying your business, and it's ruining the one thing that Cleveland rallies around more than anything else. That's Browns fandom. It's the tailgates. I got Chad Bryan on our airwaves. Great dude. I love that man. I got him on these airwaves saying, because Deshaun Watson's on this roster, I've lost care for the Cleveland Browns. And Chad doesn't hate anybody. I'm dead serious. I've never heard Chad. I've known Chad now for 6 years, and we've been together on this network along with Eli and everything else now for about a year. I have never heard Chad say anything bad about anyone until tonight. In this, I'm begging you, Browns. Take the L. Say, hey, we can't have you on this team. Do whatever you need to do. Cut bait or, June 1st. Whatever. Maybe do right, cut them, let them find another place to play. I don't care. It's time to remove the cancer from this organization. I'm begging you. The fans are begging you. And to be blunt, Deshaun is even begging for you to do so too. We'll take a break. More after this.
Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and a expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Cavs made a big move. We'll talk about that in this segment, so don't go anywhere. We'll talk about that coming up in this segment. Also, Deshaun Watson's not the only Browns player that's going to have to be addressed. We'll talk Jerry Jeudy in just a moment. Let me quickly talk about Brothers Lounge, a place where I'm going to go to calm down. Folks, Brothers Lounge is amazing. They're on the west side of Cleveland. They have phenomenal concerts and shows and open mic nights. And they have line dancing too, by the way. Didn't know this. They have line dancing. So here's the great thing. You got Brown Sundays coming up. I promise. The rest of the roster is great. Okay, so we got Brown Sundays, football Sundays, and things like that at the Brothers Lounge, but also in another room, line dancing. So there's a lot of cool stuff there and a lot of great drinks. The staff there is fantastic at the Brothers Lounge. And, of course, my guy, Chef Lynn, that's my dude. Did I tell you guys yesterday? I had this pasta that he fired up, this voodoo pasta. Just amazing. You just smell the spiciness and the noodles and stuff and all the grilled chicken. You can, if you want to, add shrimp to that pasta. I just gave Eli an idea. You could add shrimp to that pasta if you so desire. Also, they got, great starter menu items too. Mozzarella sticks, things like that. You can have fries. We can also spice up the fries a little bit too. Not to mention, while you're watching Deshaun Watson throw his third interception, you can smash on those wings, man. My goodness, the chicken, bone in or boneless, whatever you prefer. Doesn't matter. I've had both. They're both great. Multiple different flavors, things like that. They got you covered. Brothers Lounge. You see the address right there. 11609 Detroit Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio. If you're like, oh, I kind of know that area, Interstate 90, the West 117th exit, and go all the way to Detroit. And you make a right, and boom, you see Brothers Lounge. You actually see in one of our commercials the big light up Brothers Lounge. That there it is right there. Boom, that's it right there. So we could talk to Deshaun Watson together or talk about other fun things. We'll see you, myself, Eli, our entire team. We'll see you at the Brothers Lounge. Great time as always. Eli and I, we were there last Saturday, and there was a great performance going on the in the concert hall. So a lot of great stuff there at the Brothers Lounge. Okay, I promise in about 5 minutes, maybe less, we're going to talk about Peyton Watson coming to the Cleveland Cavaliers via trade. We got that for you. Plus, later in the show, we got to talk Uno, because you can win $50,000. But how much is it worth? Are you willing to risk it all? And I mean friends and family to get $50,000 from playing Uno. We'll talk about that later in the show. Jerry Jeudy. This was in the rundown before all the news broke today, and we can't run from this. Otherwise, we would be dropping the ball as a show. Okay, that I'm not proud of that. Strike that from the record. I'm not proud of that joke. Okay. We have footage here for you, courtesy of ATL TV News. That's the Twitter handle. The woman who pulled this clip. Here is Jerry Jeudy in practice, I believe earlier today.
I'm trying to work.
What a joke, man. What the hell are we doing today? What can go wrong will go wrong. Perfect ball placement. Let me guess. Maybe the ball was sweaty or something like that. I don't know. Again, professional athletes. If it was just one, everybody drops the ball in practice in some way, shape, or form. That's not the issue. What we're talking about, though, we've seen this trend with Jerry Jeudy. Talking about trends, Jerry Jeudy. And he needs to go. And you see the stats right there. This is who he is. In 2015, he was number 2 in drops across the NFL. He had 10 drops last season. The season before that, 13 drops. Both of those, the one thing you can say about Jerry Jeudy, he is ready to play. 16 starts each of the last 2 years, but number 1 and number 2 in drops. How can any quarterback not name, I guess, Jameis Winston or Deshaun Watson trust you as a professional wide receiver if you can't simply catch the football? Again, that one practice play, that's practice. Fine. It is, but this is a trend. He has not, the Jerry Jeudy experience, I'm cool with. I'm good. We're having questions earlier in camp about, he placed the 4 up. He didn't mean that for Deshaun Watson. He meant that's how many kids he has, or whatever, or whatever he said. Come on now. Come on. The rest of your roster has elevated. You don't need that on your team. He's not producing. There's no production. In fact, there's negative net, production. I don't care if you move him to the slot or move him wherever you need to be. If Shedeur Sanders or whoever, not named Deshaun Watson, can't trust you to make simple catches that professional receivers are expected to make, why are you out there? You can't even be a decoy. Like, who's going to guard you? It's like, it's kind of like basketball. Like, we'll leave him open. He can shoot the three. Who's going to guard? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Again, Jerry Jeudy, number 2 in drops last season, number 1 in drops in 2024. The 2024 stat is amazing because we had Jameis Winston in the building, and Jeudy was catching everything left and right, big plays. But you don't need his lack of production. Honestly, you don't need his attitude in that locker room. You just don't. So, very, very disappointing with Jeudy. Best case scenario for Jerry Jeudy, maybe this season you get a strong 3 or 4 games out of him, and you can up his trade value and get him out of here. That's the best case scenario. I don't want a team that has Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion, Isaiah Bond, all these young guys. And you got Jerry Jeudy, who you have no clue what you're going to get out of him. I understand when we got him a couple years ago, we was lacking talent across the board a few years back. So I get acquiring him or trading for him years ago. A couple years ago, I got it because we were lacking talent. You don't have that case anymore. If you can't be an effective decoy or just simply a good teammate, get him out of here. Get him out of here. So, all right. Eli, please come on the screen. We just need to talk for like a couple seconds before we transition to the Cavaliers. Eli, I have a question for you.
Yeah, W, what's going on?
Why do we do this to ourselves?
That's actually the question I wasn't ready for. I don't know, and we spent time on Main Event. We spent time on Midnight Run. We've talked about it. We even during the breaking news coverage, of Stefanski out and then Monken eventually in. We talked about this. We talked about the black hole that is at quarterback right now. The worry that fans have, because you could put anything around this, but we all are understanding as football fans that the quarterback, that's the offense. Like that is the offense. Yes, you could put a great line, you could put great receivers, great running back, and sure, the running back is the only one that maybe not affected entirely, but he is, because if your quarterback can't throw the ball past 15, 20 yards consistently, there's 8 in the box every time. So This is a bad position to be in, and I understand. I get it. I know you were trying to get the positivity. You're like, what if he did play well, Deshaun Watson? Like, what if he had the opportunity to go out there and show people why he has one last run in him? And Dubs, I love you. You're my brother. You're family. My goodness. This is the AA I was expecting to hear a few weeks ago. Even this past week on Main Event and all the week long. AA, you could try to tell yourself all preseason that this guy Deshaun Watson was a changed man and a changed quarterback, and he's going to show you why you invested all this money for this year. But it was never going to work. And in fact, Deshaun Watson did you a solid. In fact, the only thing he's ever done for you here in Cleveland, he let you know how he was feeling before the season even started. You brought up something that was very interesting to me, and I'm sure everybody out there tuning in when it came to Deshaun Watson in the whole experience. The experience has to end, and there is no hiding. Even if they were trying to hide the $230 million investment, like you said, first off, you can't, but then you tried with the conservative game plan on last Saturday and, being very careful of when he was going to speak to the media before training camp and all of that. Deshaun Watson This is like a bank robbery, and all the bank robbers are doing their thing, and they're like, dude, okay, just sneak in over here, sneak in over here, sneak in over here. And then he just goes, I got this right now. Put the money in the bag. Like, that's what Deshaun Watson just did. Literally in front of all our very eyes. And that's why Browns fans are going to be disgusted with him this weekend. Disgusted. Even more than they already are. Than we already are. They're going to be disgusted on Saturday at the stadium. And you brought up another great point that just as I come on the screen here.
Go ahead.
The Dome is literally 2-3 years away.
Yep.
And you don't just get rid of a stain on the organization in a year. This is something they want to start building momentum for. I'd imagine right now, at the latest, 2027. And I know they have that draft circled. I know they have the other options available circled. But you have to rid yourself of this. This is bad. This is significantly worse than anything else I've seen in the quarterback room. And what makes it the worst part of it all is we have a guy that could take the reins to become the future of the organization, and he doesn't feel any pressure. In fact, he's just going to treat it like every other game, Shedeur Sanders is. And you know what? If he does that, then unfortunately, all of our worst nightmares are coming true. Week 1, Deshaun Watson will trot out there. How long? We don't know. But if Shedeur Sanders doesn't feel any pressure, what makes you think he's going to feel any pressure if he gets in week 3 or week 4? I mean, we're already at 1-3, 0-4. I mean, what? Whatever. Like, no pressure. I'm just, I'm blessed. And I'm glad you're blessed. Browns fans would like to be blessed for just a couple years in a row. We have not even had consistency multiple years in a row. 2020 playoffs, 2023 playoffs. A 3-year gap between those runs with different quarterbacks. It's sickening that we had to keep getting on here and talking about Deshaun Watson, and we go to bat for Shedeur Sanders. You, I, Chad, a lot of people here on the network have gone to bat for Shedeur Sanders. It's time he goes to bat for himself and takes the reins, or at the end of the day, I keep saying, I've said it all week, 2027. We might as well start looking into, college football is a few weeks away. Might as well start looking into who is throwing the ball the best out there in the NCAA, because this is not a team that has the quarterback on the roster. At this point, I joked on primetime, maybe get Taylor Green out there. Maybe at least get him some reps. I mean, half joking, but half not. Because it's like, if we're just going to throw a project out there, which Deshaun Watson is a broken, older project. This is like the project you worked on, in college, and you left it alone, and you come back and visit it 10 years later, you're like, oh, you're still broken, but now you're older, you got the paper's a little tougher to bend, and it's a pain in the ass. You got Shedeur Sanders, a project still at this point. He's shown promise, but he's a project. Dylan Gabriel, and then you got Taylor Green. Of course, you got Dylan. I don't have any words for Dylan Gabriel. He seems like a nice guy. The fact that he's on an NFL roster and getting snaps over anybody is kind of shocking to me at this point. But Taylor Green, I'd at least be curious to see what the guy's got. I know there's the raw athleticism. I know maybe not the cleanest passer, all this. You might as well throw the project out there that has been the least of a problem on this roster. That's where I'm at with it. It's so infuriating, and I don't know what they told Denzel Ward when Denzel Ward inked that 2-year extension. And granted, he could ask for a trade at any time. But what in the hell did they tell Denzel Ward in that meeting for him to go, you know what, I'll invest at least on contract, on paper, another 2 years in Cleveland? I mean, goodness gracious, God bless him, because I don't know how.
Let me at least answer that question. That's a good question. Let me at least answer that.
Yeah.
There is promise in 2027.
Yes.
With this roster. I do want to be fair. There is promise with 2027. It's so hard. I think both of us, for our respective shows, we have topics ready to go.
Yeah.
Talking about 2027, free agent quarterbacks to look at, drafts, things like we have topics ready to go, and it's very tempting to burn them all in August of 2026. It really is. So I just want to be fully transparent with our audience about that. But Eli, as Adam Sandler once said,
oh no,
I was wrong, you were right.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it, and it hurts me that
and then it was like, all right, well, don't let it happen again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it hurts me that this is what I have to be right on. But But I tried to let you know a few weeks ago, he could have waited till week 1 of the regular season, and said it the week before or the practice before and been like, I don't care. But he said it literally days before going out there in Cleveland.
And the thing is, and I'll say it, and then after the break, I promise we're talking Peyton Watson and the Cavaliers. But I want you to stay on when I say this.
Yes.
We both can co-sign that Chad Bryant has never said a negative word about anybody.
No, he finds the positive in almost everybody.
I was stunned. Not surprised, but stunned. Listening to Primetime today, right before Midnight Run, and when Chad says, when Deshaun Watson joined this team, I lost a little bit of fandom with the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Again, when you hear him say that, and that's just, and you Chad, and the rest of us here at the Inside Edge Network. For our newer viewers, you're going to get to know us. We're on every night, starting at 8 o'clock all the way through 1 a.m. But we are through and through Browns fans. We try to see the positivity out of people as much as we can.
Mm-hmm.
But I go back and subscribe to this idea. In life, we all know this. You know this, Eli. We all know this. If you're willing to say something publicly, negatively, like Deshaun did, imagine what he's thinking behind closed doors. Imagine what he's telling his teammates and his people behind closed doors. Eli, I guarantee you, when we do this show a year from now, Deshaun won't be on this team. I'm telling you, there's going to be a tell-all that he's going to do. He's going to do a sit-down interview with his people.
Mm-hmm.
Quincy Carter, whoever he is. He's going to do it with his people. And they're going to bash the living you-know-what about the Browns and about the city of Cleveland, about the fans.
And it's
going to happen. Just be ready.
100%. But it's crazy because what can you bash? You didn't play with damn near half the roster because you haven't been healthy enough. So what exactly are you complaining about? If you want to complain about your Achilles. Spend that entire hypothetical podcast talking to your Achilles and your shoulder and everything else that is broken down on you since you got to Cleveland. And the Browns had an opportunity, AA, to basically close the book last season. And, I keep going back to him. But Shedeur Sanders, when he got the reins for that final, 6 or 7 games, he had the opportunity to officially close the door. We talked about how he opened the door for him starting potentially in 26 here this year. But we said he could have really closed the door. Close the book on Deshaun Watson. If he would have played lights out, and I understand the roster and everything, but just a little bit better, and we're probably not even talking about a battle in 2026, but guys don't care. Guys don't feel pressure. Guys aren't tall enough to see over the offensive line. This is where we're at as a Browns fan.
Yeah, this goes back to, again, you guys brought it up, and I'm like, and I kind of twitched. I'm like, you got, Donovan Mitchell. I don't mean to take a shot at Donovan Mitchell, but he said it. About not feeling pressure and not embracing pressure and things like that. It's like, what is up with, I'm going to sound like a guy. What the hell is wrong with today's athletes? What are we doing? What happened? I'm sorry, Eli.
No, go ahead.
Quick,
It's your show.
And stay on the screen. What happened to our athletes and public figures?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going across the scope in everything that we talk about on this network. Everything. What happened to our athletes, entertainers, and public figures showing respect for their fans? What happened?
It's a great question, AA, and that's why we have the discussion all the time. And this is my final point before we go to break. But we have this discussion all the time about when you get that contract, when you get paid, are you truly bought into wanting to do this and be a great? Or do you want to get paid greatly and then be cool on that second, third contract? Papa Moon actually chimed in here, Real Talk with Papa Moon, and he said about Deshaun Watson, he's been paid. He has nothing to prove. He doesn't care. And why should he? The money's already guaranteed. It ain't like they can get it out of his bank account.
Yeah. And all, they restructured it with bonuses and things like that. So There's no incentive. Honestly, let's be real about this. He's starting a family. There's really, if he doesn't play a snap in the NFL next season, would that really hurt him?
No. He is, I think he's perfectly okay just letting the wheels fall off this Cleveland experience. And if nobody signs him, he'll take the year off. And hey, if Flacco's got a call before off the couch, and if Phillip Rivers got a call off the couch, some team's going to call Deshaun Watson and get him off the couch. He has no worries. You could tell him he's done after this season. Hell, you could probably tell him he's done before the regular season. And he'd be like, thanks, because the money's already guaranteed. It's already in my bank account. I appreciate you. I don't have to do anything else. And guess what? Jimmy Haslam looks like the biggest ass, once again, in all of ownership across Cleveland and across the United States.
If you're just joining us, coming up next, the Cavaliers made a move. In fact, this extends pretty much these last week or so of moves. We got to talk about Watson again, but I promise this one you want to talk about.
Yeah.
You want to talk about Peyton Watson. If you just join us, we'll give you the details of the trade, what to happen, perhaps to look forward to, who we had to give up in this trade, and I'll give you my thoughts on Peyton Watson now. A member of the Cleveland Cavaliers. We got that. Plus, are you ready to draw for and reverses and stacks in Uno World Championships for $50,000? You ready to lose friendships for cash money? That plus smash or pass.
Yeah, that's right. But all the homies continue to eat.
Yeah, Watson better share that. Deshaun, we're done talking Deshaun. We talk Peyton next on Midnight Run.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Hey guys, awesome show today on Unfiltered. Talked about a lot. The Cavs make their move. Peyton Watson now part of the Wine and Gold team. What does that mean? We talked about that. We also got into a bunch of different topics, everything from the Ohio BMV to another incident involving a toddler with a gun, just craziness. All that and more on Unfiltered from this past show. Tomorrow, more and more to get into, more fallout from the Cavs trade. Obviously going to talk about an update to the murder in North Royalton of the city employee. We got more details about that and so much more. All that here on your source for news, talk sports, and so much more. Unfiltered, 9 p.m. tomorrow right here on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you Thursday.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, let's jump right in. Again, remember, like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net across all of our social media platforms. Again, we're with you every single weeknight, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. live here on the Inside Edge Network at Inside Edge Net on Twitter and YouTube. Cavaliers made news. And I know a lot of people, myself included, like, oh, about time. Peyton Watt, by the way, Eli pointed out to me that we have a Watson on every organization here in Cleveland, every sports team, even the Guardians. Man, more on that tomorrow. But Peyton Watson, he is here with the Cavaliers. Unbelievable trade here. You see some of the highlights of that deal. Peyton Watson, from Denver, from Denver Nuggets. Only 23 years old, by the way. We'll talk kind of what he brings to the table here shortly. Picks and stuff, including a first down the road there, that 2031 first round to the Nuggets. Max Strus heading over to the Los Angeles Clippers. Shout out to Max Strus. Just real quick. Max Strus, the Heat culture. Max Strus is actually pretty cool. The few times he was, the moments he was here in Cleveland. Good dude. Actually, in the playoffs, Max Strus was pretty reliable defensively for our team. But here's what Watson's bringing to the table here. This is his fourth season. Again, only 23 years old. So a young player, somebody, your wing, you finally have somebody there that can, be a threat offensively. Couple of highlights. Peyton Watson. I'm going to intentionally keep saying Peyton Watson because Peyton Watson started 40 games last season. He had average career highs in points, rebounds, assists, and steals last year. So in points, he averaged about 14 and a half, 14.6 rebounds, about 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal on average. Last season, he shot 41% from three. So you do, again, a threat from downtown. And last year, he had 4 30-point performances. To his credit, he did not have any 30-point performances in his first 3 years. Year 4, he had that. And I believe there was really a kind of a 5 or 6 week stretch last season where Watson went to town. He went to work. So on the surface, talking about trying to have upgrades and things like that, you're in good shape. You're in decent shape at this very moment. There still needs to be more depth with the Cavaliers. Still needs to be a little bit of work. I like with realcavsfans.com, he or she, whoever's running the account, I love what they said here. Top 7 feels steady right now with James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Peyton Watson, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, Jalen Tyson, and Sam Merrill. So he also added, still would like to see one more, maybe a 4/5 or 3/4 in that spot. So the question will be, is this it? Well, the hanging fruit question is, okay, James Harden, when is it time to re-sign James Harden? But also the other bigger question, is this it in terms of roster construction for the Cavaliers? I will say this with Watson. I'm not gonna say I've watched 82 games worth of Denver Nuggets basketball. I'm not gonna sit here and say that. But you are taking in a young talent, very much a young talent, and you're taking a swing at a kid that you hope you can have here for a long time. This team needs to pick up the pace. I love all the analysis that everybody else here on the network has added, and I agree. But my 2 cents, in addition to what you have already heard on the network, this Cavs team needs to pick up the pace offensively. They need younger guys. And to have Watson to be able to, again, those fresh legs, and to be that downtown threat, good mid-range jumper as well. I was watching a few highlights of Watson. I see a little Garland in his game, just a tad. A little bit of Darius Garland in his game. So if he could do that, the Cavaliers can make a bit of noise. And the one thing, and the reason why I think it's very important for the Cavaliers to kind of up their pace, I know most of the Eastern Conference is loaded with star power. There's a lot of older guys in the Eastern Conference. A lot of older guys, a lot of older legs in the Eastern Conference. So if you're able to pick up that pace with this team, with somebody, maybe that could be the case for Watson. So the trade, I will say from a business standpoint, God bless us, because that trade went down like a minute before we came on the air tonight with the Daily Spiral with Autumn and Chad earlier today. One other thing I want to point out real quick, and we'll talk more about this trade in tomorrow and the coming days. I do want to make one other point, though, before we break. Peyton Watson is represented by Rich Paul. And I bring up this point because even though we struck out on LeBron, it's still important to maintain good relationships with key agents and key agencies. We know the power of Rich Paul. Rich Paul, if you didn't know any better, he might as well be another executive or another owner in the NBA, a player's owner, basically. So we know, we can safely assume, I should say, I'll be careful here. We can safely assume that Rich Paul moved Darius Garland out of Cleveland to the Clippers. On the flip side here, we could also assume that this trade doesn't go through, without the blessing of Rich Paul in Clutch Sports, along with other members of Watson's representation. So that's why, in a way, as we go to break here, in a way, I'm not saying the conversations between the Cavs front office and Clutch Sports / LeBron James was a W, because LeBron James is not here, but it wasn't a complete failure either. If this kid, Peyton Watson, turns out to be something special in the, maybe the Evan Mobley timeline, then we could be on the move. But I think, again, you're top heavy right now. There's still more to do. We'll talk more about the James Harden element of this on our show tomorrow. All right, coming up after the break, Uno, $50,000. We'll tell you the story. We'll tell you what you may have to sacrifice. The Uno Championship Series with a huge prize. We'll get into that. Plus today's edition of Smash or Pass. And I know we got back to school week too because of all the events today. That will continue tomorrow, back to school week. But coming up next, Uno and Smash or Pass as we close out this edition of Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife, Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Oh, hey everyone.
It's me, Autumn, here from the Daily Spiral, your main host from the center of the chaos. And all week, I have you covered. We will be covering Love Island USA, the Lindsay Clancy case, everything I missed on vacation, because as you guys know, I was on vacation for a week and a lot of crazy stuff happened. The Lakers getting sold, and maybe potentially could they move to Vegas? I don't know. We're gonna talk about it. D23 and all the Disney and Marvel news, and of course, I'm gonna give you my good spiral and bad spiral of the day. But we also have the Daily Spiral at a new time, 8 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network. Please tune in to the Daily Spiral Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and you won't regret it.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. Final segment of a downright heated edition of Midnight Run. If you missed any part of our broadcast, replay. First off, you can watch this on demand at any point on YouTube and Twitter. Also, you can check out our replays every single weekday, beginning around 1 o'clock. Right here on the Inside Edge Network. People been tuning in for the replays too. We appreciate it. We appreciate you guys for locking in. I promise these shows aren't always this heavy. They're not always this feisty. We always trend to have at times lighter topics where you don't have to put you or your friendship in jeopardy for any rate, shape, or form. So I just want to point that out. As we and think about that as we get to our next topic. You can win $50,000 from playing Uno. There is a Uno World Championship. I believe you have to qualify through the online. Let me read it here on the side computer here. Let me give me a sec here. Okay, players can earn a spot in the championships through qualifiers across the country. Looks like one qualifiers in Florida, Chicago, and California. And then a winner from each city will advance to the final. There's also an online path as well through the Uno mobile app. It runs from August 31st to September 27th. Sending the top 4 finishers to the championship, which will also welcome international competitors and stream live on Twitch. And then you can also win other prizes and stuff. I believe up to 30 players will win some kind of money. But folks, there are a ton of questions with Uno, as you are well aware. First of all, how many people who play Uno even know what the official rules of the game? Nobody knows. How many people actually? I remember when I was younger, we as a family we played Monopoly. You know how long that is. You want to know what's just as long? My father explaining the rules of Monopoly to us as a family. I remember sitting there as a 6 or 7 year old. I'm like, oh my goodness, we're 2 hours in. Can we play? Folks, this game will need security. When we talk about the finals, you better not play this final without security. Somebody brought up too, somebody was like, the first round should strictly be of teams arguing over what the rules of the game should be. Whoever wins those arguments, they move on, and those are the rules. So we're talking about, do you stack on draw 4s and draw 2s? Do you stack reverses? Do you stack skips? Do you just make up rules? I think it was, I want to say it was New Year's. Might have been not this year, but the year before, I bought a Super Uno game. And I remember, all right, let's play it. Dude, we sat here for like 3 hours. One round, one session. Like, bro, we got to cut this off. We got to figure this out. What are we doing? I think this is a security risk. I don't know if this is a good idea to do this. I think there's a lot of great ideas. But somebody fighting for $50,000 in Uno is going to get really serious. And we will have complete coverage of that championship right here on the Inside Edge Network because I want to see who's going to make it through. Man, I'm so curious about that. All right, Eli, it's time for our favorite part of the show. No matter how heavy our workday has been, we always come together with Smash or Pass. And today on Smash or Pass, it was a clip that I'll tell you the backstory of this particular clip. My original promo from tonight's show was actually going to be me talking about the Smash or Pass item. Because of Deshaun Watson and Peyton Watson, I cut that promo, and you got the promo that you saw tonight of me just being angry.
Yeah.
I'm still angry.
Yeah.
But we didn't delete the actual the food. We didn't delete it.
That's right.
Because we're going to show it to you right now. Here's our today's edition of Smash or Pass.
If you want a sandwich that'll blow your mind, you've got to make this insane shredded beef melt. The best part is it's so easy to make, but it does take some time. Give the chuck roast a nice sear on each side in a hot cast iron and put together the sauce that'll end up being the consomme. You'll find everything in the caption. Blend that well and pour into a slow cooker with the beef for about 4 hours. Once they reach 200 internal, shred them up and get started on the melt. This is one of those sandwiches that fulfills the saying, good things come to those who wait. The flavors in that tender beef matched with melty cheese will take you to another world.
Double A.
In case you missed it the first time, let's roll it one more time for the fine folks in the back. One more time.
If you want a sandwich that'll blow your mind, you've got to make this insane shredded beef melt. The best part is it's so easy to make, but it does take some time. Give the chuck roast a nice sear on each side in a hot cast iron and put together the sauce that'll end up being the consomme. You'll find everything in the caption. Blend that well and pour into a slow cooker with the beef for about 4 hours. Once they reach 200 internal, shred them up and get started on the melt. This is one of those sandwiches that fulfills the saying, good things come to those who wait. The flavors in that tender beef matched with melty cheese will take you to another world.
Double A. The juiciness and the pull apart of the brisket. Oh my gosh. And
yes,
then the cheeses, the multi-cheese, like different cheeses in there. You had your white cheese, your multi-shred, like your Mexican blend. I mean, you had all your cheese in there. They toasted the buns, like the bread, like.
Yep. You put it on the skillet. Just have it in there.
And then they flipped it. Oh my goodness gracious. That, and I'm not a big tomato or onion guy. I don't care if you blend it as a sauce and just use it to, like, to marinate the food, the meat in this case, then perfect. That's fine. Just don't put the chopped up onions, tomatoes. Leave that alone. But my goodness gracious, we have talked about some real depressing things tonight. That might have just set me into a great mood for the end of the evening because that's a smash for me. That might be the best thing you've shown all week so far.
Yo, I'm like legit hungry.
I know.
I'm not even joking. It's not a bit. I'm legit hungry after watching that. Right, I'm sitting here. I'm like, there's something good about, and I want to shout out Brothers Lounge because Chef Wim, I've seen it up close and personal with the nachos. Me and Pete, we saw it up close. There's something good about a slow cooked pulled pork brisket.
God, oh my goodness gracious!
There's something good about it, and then what made it work too with the sandwich. You had a 2 cheese blend at the bottom. The pulled pork, it soaks in with the cheese. The bread, you mentioned the bread is toasted, so the toasted bread is soaking in all the juices.
Dude,
from the brisket and the cheese that's getting soaked in.
Oh my goodness, dude. That's a sandwich that doesn't need any sauce, like any like mustard or like condiments. You don't need to put any barbecue on. No, literally, the
you serve it as is.
You serve that as is.
You serve that as is.
Look, and Chad Bryan's, I'm sure, waiting by here, for my phone call to get ready for prime time for tomorrow as we get ready to do it all over again with all of you. And yeah, Double, I'm sure you see that comment. I'll bring it up here. Chad Bryan says, smash. Like, so I'm sure I'll hear about this in our meeting for tomorrow's show here, after the 1 o'clock hour. My goodness, he's going to be like, why would you show that? I'm in my fridge and I'm eating. He's not in his fridge. He's probably like reaching into the fridge. Hopefully he's not sitting in the fridge. But, he's like, I have went through so much from 12:58 to 1:03 because you guys showed that video. I mean, Chad, we do it every night, man, but that's a smash.
No, this is different. This one's different. I think this might be our first triple smash.
Triple?
Play it again.
Okay,
Play it
I got
again.
you. Okay, here we go.
If you want a sandwich that'll blow your mind, you've got to make this insane shredded beef melt. The best part is it's so easy to make, but it does take some time. Give the chuck roast a nice sear on each side in a hot cast iron and put together the sauce that'll end up being the consomme. You'll find everything in the caption. Blend that well and pour into a slow cooker with the beef for about 4 hours. Once they reach 200 internal, shred them up and get started on the melt. This is one of those sandwiches that fulfills the saying, good things come to those who wait. The flavors in that tender beef matched with melty cheese will take you to another world.
Yo, it's that dip at the end too. We didn't even talk about that. It's that dip in the sauce at the end.
They're running back one more time. Dude, my goodness. Hey, Chad's getting frustrated. I knew he would. He said, this is ridiculous. Stop it. No, Chad, we can't.
I learn
stop.
something new every time we play it. Every time we learn something new.
Yeah. Goodness gracious, bro. I mean, like the lemon and the sauce, like you got a little hint of, come on. Goodness, this is what we do it for. This is why we stay till 1 a.m. That's why we do it.
I blame Deshaun Watson. Maybe I was just stressed. Maybe, you know what? We may have to run this one back on a lighter day. Maybe we're rating this as really good because we're very stressed.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe this is an emotional grade more than an objective grade.
Yeah, our comfort food is just like, yo, here's a brisket sandwich. We're like, okay.
It's a brisket sandwich.
Yeah, what'd you say? The Browns don't play till 2 more weeks officially, regular season. So you'll be okay. We'll be okay. My goodness.
I mean, I'm learning. Now
hear me out. Hear me out. You have $50,000 for the Uno prize, or you get 50 of these sandwiches, but they're served you whenever you want them. You don't just get them all at once so they're not getting cold. You just get to come up and get the sandwich all throughout the year whenever. 50 of these sandwiches are $50,000.
Well, if it wasn't for student loans and credit card debt, this would be a much tougher question.
That's fair. You know what? That's a fair. I mean, because
you know what?
That's right. Get you thinking. Because then you don't have.
We might have. I'm gonna be real, Eli. Though we might be rating this a little bit higher because I think we're a little emotional right now.
No, Double A. I maybe, but I just got like the food sweats watching that. Like the food sweats. Like, I mean, I am like, come on, maybe me and Papa Moon, like Papa Moon and I go to the grocery store tomorrow. He's off tomorrow. Papa Moon back this Saturday for Real Talk with Papa Moon. Maybe we'll go to the store and pick out a brisket or something. I mean, I don't know, Double A. I can't control my excitement.
I mean, think about like a slow. I have a slow cooker here. I don't utilize it enough.
Oh,
but
dude.
Think about it though. Like, there's something special about, like, we want things fast. We want instant gratification. The slow cooker.
Yes.
With the brisket. You see the wet. We're going to play this video again.
Run it back.
Just watch the pull apart of the pulled pork. Just watch how he pulls it apart. Oh, hell. Let's play it again.
Sorry, Chad.
If you want a sandwich that'll blow your mind, you've got to make this insane shredded beef melt. The best part is it's so easy to make, but it does take some time. Give the chuck roast a nice sear on each side in a hot cast iron and put together the sauce that'll end up being the consomme. You'll find everything in the caption. Blend that well and pour into a slow cooker with the beef for about 4 hours. Once they reach 200 internal, shred them up and get started on the melt. This is one of those sandwiches that fulfills the saying, good things come to those who wait. The flavors in that tender beef matched with melty cheese will take you to another world.
Are you kidding me?
Double A. That video was so good. That food item so good. It muted you. I muted you. Went to unmute you. It muted you. I muted because we just can't control it. We can't control. Look, we didn't purposely play that video. Well, we played it a few times after on purpose, but we didn't just go, let's pick the most delectable thing to get us, out of the zone of Deshaun Watson being a pain in the you-know-what and just the frustration. We pick fairly. Double A, he does a ton of research. There's a lot of options, and this was the one that made the cut today. But, my goodness. You got people out here like Chad Bryan, co-host, the better half, as I say, of Inside Edge Primetime back tomorrow. Chad's out here Googling a grocery store open 24 hours near him.
Oh, my goodness.
Chad's going to be cooking a brisket.
Okay, I got an idea.
Okay.
I got an idea. We're handling network business as of this moment. Will we be open? I may not volunteer myself.
Okay.
But will we be open to a network meeting somewhere, whoever wants to host it, and we just have briskets?
Gosh, dang, I'm open to that. I love that. I'm confirmed, actually. Confirmed. Confirmed. Yeah, I'll be there. Just send the invite.
You don't have to sell me on anything else. Just brisket, toasted bread, just butter it. Cheat.
Hey, Chad's in.
Are we in or are we in?
When and where? Come on, dude.
Are we in or are we in?
Come on. Look, if they sold that at the Brown Stadium this year, people would still find a way to get in there. With everything going on, attendance, I'm curious to see what attendance looks like this season.
The heck with the Browns. The Brothers Lounge has this. With the nachos.
That's right. No. Exactly.
I'm telling you guys right now, please go and get their nachos.
Yes. Yeah, Double A is, you know what? Double A might actually make a trip up there tomorrow. I probably will get a call from Double A. Hey, I'm coming to grab you. We're going to the Brothers Lounge. And, of course, you were wondering, our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge, located at 11609 Detroit Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio. Live music all week long, a lot of great stuff, including tomorrow, Thursday, happy hour on the back patio. So you'll have Chef Wynn will have the grill out, doing barbecue bites. Those are at $7, barbecue bites. And then $2 off your drinks if you're drinking for the happy hour. Get there to Brothers Lounge. And, of course, Chef Wynn winning bites. Double A mentioned the nachos, the wings, the fries, the burgers. Live music all week long. And great hospitality from everybody there. Billy and everybody at Brothers Lounge does a great job. We appreciate them. Of course, the home of the Moon Bash as well. Moon Bash, third annual next July 31st. A lot of great stuff there at the Brothers Lounge. Yeah, Double A. We're definitely might have to make. We got to make a trip. We got to make a trip like tomorrow and go get some of those nachos from Chef Wynn. We do.
All right. This is obvious smash, right? Obvious smash.
Obvious smash. This is like a no doubter, like a no brainer.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
What will be a good side with that sandwich?
I was thinking like, a pot roast type like vibe, like cooked, like, you put in the slow cooker the carrots and the potatoes. You got like, you
could do that.
Yeah.
You know what? Also, this is very random. I'm not even the biggest fan of this food item unless it's like top quality.
Yeah.
What if you had a pickle on the side?
Yeah, I could get down with that. What if you even like did pickled chips on the sandwich? Like one or two of them. Just had a little crunch.
It depends. Do you already have the the crunch satisfaction from the sandwich. But I'll never turn down potato chips on a sandwich.
Chad says sweet potato fries as a side.
Could do that. You could do that.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Bro.
We typically don't give away what the next day's smash or pass is going to be, but this one actually requires a little bit of prep. And this actually involves the Cleveland Guardians. I actually just loaded this in. So tomorrow on Smash or Pass, this is the item. This is a mozzarella stick sandwich.
Okay.
It is at Progressive Field. I think it's there. You get it tomorrow at the Guardians game against the San Francisco Giants. Do some prep. Study up the sandwich. Kind of look at what's on it there. You kind of see, garlic bread. Now, again, the picture of this is mozzarella sticks.
Okay. Okay.
So,
is that
go ahead,
blue
Eli.
Cheese? Is that blue cheese on there? Okay. All right. I'm going to have to research.
Pesto mayo.
Okay. All right.
And a few other things.
Okay.
I'll send you the tweet where it Gabby Gout. I'll send you the tweet of where this came from, who took this photo.
Yeah.
But do some studying, do some research on this sandwich. And we're going to dive in. I want to report tomorrow on what you think of the Cleveland Guardians edition of Smash or Pass.
My goodness gracious.
It's a nut now. High expectations. Second day in a row, we're talking about a sandwich.
True. That's
so the brisket. We're measuring this high.
Yeah.
What if you put the brisket on the mozzarella stick sandwich?
That's goodness gracious, bro. Look, I'll say this. I think my final point for the evening, anything beats the Cheese Whiz hot dogs. And the fact that we've elevated to this point, the brisket and even this sandwich, I got to do some more research, but we went from Cheese Whiz and the hot dogs to juicy brisket sandwiches.
We went from raw dog and hot dogs.
Yeah. With cheese.
With cheese. Oh, you can store these and keep these hot dogs up to 2 or 3 months.
My ass. Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not. That's bullshit. Like, no way. No way, dude. Like, that was such an old man thing for me to say, though. You know, like, when somebody's a little bit old, they're like, my ass. No, that's like what that was.
Oh, man. Folks, thank you guys for watching our shows. Thank you for hearing us out. I promise we're going to have to revisit that brisket sandwich.
Oh, we'll revisit it.
I think there's a little bit of an emotional grade because of what happened.
I don't know.
So we'll revisit it next week. Also, quick program reminder, we're on the air Friday. We're on the air every day, but Friday we're on the air. Our very first football Friday edition of Midnight Run at 11:30 half hour will be a high school football scoreboard show recap. Dominic Cleary from Keon Sports, he's going to join us at 11:45 to recap the Keon Sports game of the week. I believe that's Avon Lake versus Strongsville. So we'll get a recap of that. I'll let you know, myself and Kyle, we're covering Fairview versus West G on Friday night. So we'll let you know how that goes too. Plus all the scores and things like that. And Eli and I will go around the NFL with critical preseason games. We'll have some scores already, but also what's to come Saturday and Sunday. All right. Eli, by special request, I got people blowing my phone up. Let's close the show one more time with that masterpiece of a brisket sandwich. And we thank you guys for tuning in to Midnight Run, all of our shows here on the Inside Edge Network. Let's do it again, 8:00 p.m. Thursday night. We close out one more time with this brisket sandwich. Good night, everybody.
If you want a sandwich that'll blow your mind, you've got to make this insane shredded beef melt. The best part is it's so easy to make, but it does take some time. Give the chuck roast a nice sear on each side in a hot cast iron and put together the sauce that'll end up being the consomme. You'll find everything in the caption. Blend that well and pour into a slow cooker with the beef for about 4 hours. Once they reach 200 internal, shred them up and get started on the melt. This is one of those sandwiches that fulfills the saying, good things come to those who wait. The flavors in that tender beef matched with melty cheese will take you to another world.